based on?
It's based on scientific facts. You can do studies.
What scientific fact?
Yeah, what is the scientific fact of good or bad?
You can do studies. Is it beneficial for the society? It's a general, you know what I mean?
Did you see how you changed the terms real quickly there?
You can.
You went from it was bad for society to it's beneficial, and then you're moving into completely different standards.
It's never beneficial. People might think it's beneficial, but they could be wrong.
Or they could be right.
And they could be.
Could you be wrong then?
But it's not based on opinion, is what I'm trying to get across. Just because
it does seem like
if everyone on the earth thought that genital mutilation was a good thing, they could all be wrong. You would have to do scientific studies into whether it was actually a good thing.
Yeah,
it's
but
not
the scientific wait, what scientific evidence are you using to declare good or bad?
Yeah. What is the scientific standard for good or bad?
Do you know they have like societal studies? Like what is
the society, the Muslim society that we're talking about?
I thought you said scientific fact.
But it's not based on opinion.
Societal studies? Are you talking about self-reported studies, people's opinion? What are you talking about, dude? What's the scientific? What's the science? Where's the science that declares good or bad? Tell me the scientific method of getting to good.
Like economic output, like
GDP.
Yeah, selling heroin would give me a lot of economic output. Should we do that?
Happiness. You know, the social
heroin
things.
makes people happy too.
That's studyable.
Wildheart, no matter what you say, when you're talking about a scientific study, you're determining the criteria that define what's good or bad. At the end of the day, it comes down to that.
So you reject all science?
I'm not saying that.
We're not rejecting science.
Reject science. Science doesn't get you to good or bad, dude.
Yeah. Science is just telling you an is. It's not telling you a not.
No, once you agree on well-being, then it does get you to good or bad. Because
the problem is that we don't think well-being is an is.
Well-being.
If you don't agree that well-being is the basis of morality, I do. And
I don't define it. Define
Quantify
it.
Well-being. Quantify well-being. What's the universal well-being metric? Quantify it.
Right. In most occasions, and there's exceptions to everything. On most occasions, it's better to be alive than dead. It's better to be well than sick. Do you know what I mean? In most occasions, there are exceptions. If you're in agony every day, then it might be better for you to be dead.
Wildheart,
generalities.
He's got you guys here because, like, it's not only that it's better to be alive than dead, but when we think of like what moral goodness actually looks like, what it acts like out in the world. It's not people saying endlessly, "Oh, I live in shit. I live in shit. Nothing is right." Right? People say, "I live in shit and nothing is right." But the difference here is that when people actually want to be alive and not dead, they don't want to be in a they don't want to be in a concentration camp.
Is it always better to be alive? You said, just to make sure, you said it's always better.
It's almost always better
than dead.
Yes, and people do morally good things.
So it's always better to be alive than dead. So like all this abortion is definitely murder, right?
No, I never said it's always better to be alive than dead. If you're at the end of your life, that's mental illness. Sometimes it's better to be dead than alive.
Like when you're in the womb of your mom?
Yeah. It's probably better to be alive when you're in the womb, right?
That's
dead.
That's about autonomy.
Is it? Or how about like somebody who's like in a coma and they, there's absolutely no signs that they're coming back for years. It would be better though to keep them alive still, right? Not pull the plug.
Well, that's
if they live naturally.
That's the thing. Sometimes it's complicated. There are grey areas.
Okay, so now it's sometimes.
There are no. That's what I mean. There are no absolutes. It's not always better to be alive than dead. It's not always. Sometimes there are grey areas, and sometimes there are exceptions. That's a problem with religious morality. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not lie. Well, what about if Nazis come to your door and you're hiding Jews? Is that a good thing to lie?
Well, actually, you know what's funny, Wildheart? We came up to this earlier, and you tell me. I'm going to give you this exact scenario back at you. You're in your house with your wife and kids, and the Nazis show up and tell you, hey, listen to me. Do you have any Jews in here? If you're lying to me, I'm going to kill your whole fucking family in front of you, and I'm going to let you live with that on your brain. Do you lie to them?
Let's say you have a 50
You have to lie to them.
50% chance.
You have to lie to them, though.
Yeah.
You know, like if you've already
you
accepted
do
that
lie,
you're gonna,
so you get your
because you're
family
lying, you're lying
slaughtered
in
for
the first
some
place when
randoms
you
you
say
don't
that I'm
know
going
in
to hide
the
Jews.
attic.
Do you not understand this? I'm lying
That's
in the
what I
first
mean.
place where I'm going to hide Jews.
Yeah, either way, someone is going to get killed. If they find out that you're lying, your family's going to get killed. If they don't find out you're lying, then no one's going to get
killed. You have a 50% chance of losing.
It would be better to lie and
It's
get
not
your
black and
family
white.
killed rather than tell the truth and get the random person you don't know killed.
No, you could lie and nobody dies. If you lie and they don't find the Jews, then nobody dies. That will be morally superior.
Wait, why do you assume they're not going to find them? I didn't put that.
I'm not assuming. I'm saying it's possible that they don't find them.
Oh, maybe.
It's possible that you lie.
Unlikely, though.
Well, it doesn't matter. It's possible. I'm saying
would it be morally wrong? Can I ask Wildheart a question? Would it be morally wrong?
I think you guys are lying when you say you would have lived in a place where people are getting slaughtered for hiding Jews, and you would have been the person that says, "Yeah, I would have hid them."
Real quick,
I think you're lying.
Speak real quick. But if someone goes knock knock knock, right? Okay, you know, knock knock knock, you know, Nazi at the door, and I say right away, well, like, yeah, you know, I'm gonna be completely honest. I was hiding Jews here the entire time. To me, this would justify that, you know, this position of actually lying isn't a moral stance. There's not a moral position in telling a lie. There is a moral position in successfully defending against a Nazi invasion, God forbid, you know, that is seeking to genocide people.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, it might work out badly, but the attempt to keep as many people alive as possible, I think, is a good thing, even if it means lying. So you can't use "do not lie" as a universal. It's never right to tell a lie. Sometimes it is.
And that's different from relativism, right? That's different from saying I'm an atheist and both Hitler, you know, because I'm an evil atheist, both Hitler gets to, and I'm sorry for doing that, but like,
okay,
Hitler gets to be wrong, and people who agreed with the Holocaust get to be wrong, right? That's the only thing that position is saying.
Yeah.
I'm with you, Speak. I think they're like,
okay, so
using that idea as a way to poison the well and be like completely avoiding of what we're talking about. They're like,
yeah, so I'll even like let me help you out with what you're doing wrong here. So when you say, even if I granted to you, so would it be better to lie to save the person, lie to save someone, than to not? Of course, it would be better to lie to save someone, and the part that is making it not a sin is the saving someone. It's not the lie all of a sudden becomes not sinful. It's not like, oh, it's okay to be deceitful now. No, your act of righteousness, of saving the innocent soul, is the part that is moral, not the lying part.
There's also
this is the problem you're having here. Is you're saying, would it be okay? This doesn't like contradict the Christian worldview of "thou shalt not lie." It doesn't contradict it whatsoever.
There's also a hierarchy when it comes to morality, and we usually, well, at least in the Christian worldview, we are under a hierarchy. So we understand that there are things that we might have to do that are probably against our soul in order for a greater good. And I think everybody kind of understands that. It's like sometimes we don't. For example, doing exercise. Some people might really hate it, but it's really good for them.
Yeah, again, it's not down to popular opinion or what most people think. That's not what anyone's saying. If it's an objective, then it's not down to popular opinion. And we're not saying it's down to popular opinion. It's what's actually best for people, even if they don't know it, even if they disagree. There is a best and a worst outcome in any given situation.
The problem that I have with that, Wildheart, is that we don't know what you mean by best and worst.
Well, like I said, going off well-being.
Yeah,
the best.
I don't know what you mean by that.
Like the flourishing of like sentient creatures, basically.
What if I go ahead and I take my let's say I have a kid and I spank the kid really hard because he did something wrong and I don't want it to do it again? Is that for its well-being?
No, because we've done scientific studies,
No.
and it's always detrimental on the child to physically harm him in any way. I know there's a smack thing. They've actually done studies. To physically harm them, it always has a
What do you mean by physically harm?
Like even a smack. You could explain it to the child in a way that.
Oh yeah, so the 3-year-old's gonna go stick something into a light socket, and you don't smack their hand away. You stop them and say, "Hey, listen, little Jimmy, if you stick something in that light socket, you're gonna get zapped and you could die."
Yeah,
you're gonna explain that the kid could die to a kid that doesn't understand the concept of death. Are you actually serious?
No, you can stop them doing the act, but then to punish them afterwards is detrimental.
You mean like the moment they forgot they were doing that?
Oh, no, you can use force to stop them doing the act, but then to punish them physically afterwards. After they're out of danger, you can sit them down and explain, listen,
to a 3-year-old.
Well, it went from not punishing them physically to punish them physically afterwards, you know?
Yeah, to punish them physically afterwards. It has been shown by scientific studies that it always causes psychological effects. That's what I mean.
Again, I don't know what you mean by
it's not down to opinion.
Effigy, get up here then, because that's some bullshit. This is the you guys are making like well-being harmed. Like these are just subjective words, and you guys are using them for objective morality. It doesn't even make sense.
Can I switch?
Wildheart, do you think it's okay to yell at your child if you're not going to hit them? Is it okay to yell at them?
I think so. Yeah.
I think so.
Okay, but that could be verbal abuse. It might hurt them.
Not physically though. I know it's been shown physically that it.
So verbal abuse is okay. You can do any verbal abuse you want. That's fine.
No, I'm saying I don't know. I know with physical abuse, it's always detrimental. I don't know about verbal abuse.
Okay.
I don't know.
What was the...
I can change not the topic slightly, but can you demonstrate that an objective morality exists? Because if all we have is subjective morality, then the whole argument is pointless.
I would use transcendentals for that. But,
well, what's your best argument that objective morality exists?
I would start with the transcendentals. Yeah, transcendental argument for God. That would be the first idea, and then since we go ahead and establish.
Good God. Good God.
Can you let me finish, Doc? I'm not done.
No, because you didn't start on anything. Why the hell? We're not talking about God. We're talking about morality.
I'm not. Yes. Once we
Jesus
establish.
Christ, dude.
Oh my God. Can I finish? No.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and shut up, and you go.
Yes.
No, you go. You go. Go ahead.
No,
Tell my argument.
All I was saying is we're talking about morality. Why are you talking about the transcendental argument?
Go ahead. Tell my argument for me, please.
I mean, it's going to be what did you say? Nominalism and word salad, Emmett, I think. But go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to be so rude.
Plus, it doesn't matter about God. Can you demonstrate that any objective morality exists? Forget God. Can you?
I'm still waiting for Doc to go ahead and finish his interruption so I can go ahead and try to explain the position. But
okay, Emmett, let me ask you a question. So in your
oh, you're not done
conception-
with your interruption? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, if you wanted me to finish, so are humans in your conception of a transcendental, system of morality? Are humans transcendental, or are humans living in a world where there's transcendental things?
Transcendental would be metaphysical.
Okay, so we're talking about a metaphysical objective morality.
Yeah.
Okay, and
Can
so
there be universals in nominalism?
can there be universals in nominalism? Is all nominalism
Oh
is
my
saying is
God.
that if something
Once
isn't
again,
real, you
can
can't
there
make
be
you can't say a true
universals in
statement about it.
nominalism? It's a very simple question.
No, because universals in nominalism is saying that like Gandalf is universally, like Gandalf is universally the dopest wizard. That doesn't mean anything. That's all nominalism is saying. So what
No,
would a universal
nominalism
be?
means that everything that we're taking things on their specifics. So if I'm talking about a glass of water and there's another glass of water, they're not the same glass of water. They can be similar, but they're not the same one.
This is
They're
hilarious.
different. Okay, everything has its own. That's what we're talking about nominalism. Okay? If I have a cup and I have another cup, they're completely different cups, and one can be one can be filled with water and the other can be filled with air, and they both can be filled with water, but it's not the same water. Do you understand that? Even water would be nominalistic. It's not the same water.
But what's the difference between a cup? If I have a cup in like a Schrodinger's box, and you don't know if it's filled with water or it's not filled with water. If it's just a cup in name, what's the difference between the two?
If we're talking about the same cup,
one
would be filled with water and the other wouldn't be. Once I open the box,
I say it's like
between them.
Yeah, and Emmett, so I say it's like a blue-green cup, right? It is both fully blue, it's fully essentially blue and green, and this blue-green cup can be filled with water in Schrodinger's box.
And
that's what I understand.
I open the box, and then I see, and the difference would be
none of that.
Either it's filled or not filled.
None of that.
None of that. No, there wouldn't be any difference between them.
Because it's a blue-green cup, Emmett.
There wouldn't be any difference between them.
Sorry, I've just been away for like 2 seconds, and we've gone from objective morality to a blue-green cup in Schrodinger's. I'm just trying
to let Doc finish his interruption so I can try to explain to you what I was going to say, but
I have nothing else to say.
Sorry. Thank you, Doc. You're so graceful. My God. Dude. So, in my view, I would start with transcendentals, and once I go ahead and use the idea of transcendentals and the idea of universals to give a logical explanation for the idea of God, then I can move on to the idea of the revelation, and then I can move on to the idea of ethics based on the revelation of God, and that would be my way of going through the Christian morality, because I'm a Christian.
I get that, but you can't demonstrate. I mean,
I will demonstrate it logically through that process.
Logically, but you can't demonstrate it actually.
I cannot demonstrate it physically because we're not talking about physical things. Exactly. That's why I said if we're talking purely nominalists, or we're pure nominalists, then it wouldn't make any sense. Because there's no actual way to say this is good or bad. It will depend on the situation.
There is no logically sound and valid argument for God that I'm aware of. You would have to do that first. That's the first thing you have to do.
Yeah,
I know for God. I know for a fact you cannot do it. Because no one can.
You still haven't defined well-being. We're still waiting for that. So
no, we've moved on. What I'm saying, my point is, If you can't demonstrate,
I'm gonna go ahead and since
sorry, when you're just having a go at someone for interrupting you.
Yeah, since
Right,
I'm having a conversation with
you're gonna
you
carry
and we're
on.
trying to move on. Okay, I'm gonna finish the idea before we move on. So I will go ahead and pretend that you are correct. Let's say that you are correct, that it cannot be proven. Okay.
Yeah.
Because under your standard, nothing can actually be proven anyway. So when we end up is preferences. Okay. And it's my preference and of all of Christians that we follow that morality.
So
Why am I wrong if that's my preference?
So you can't demonstrate that it's just your preference.
Once again, why am I wrong if that's my preference?
What do you mean morally wrong or factually wrong?
Why am I wrong to follow my preference of morality?
If it's just your preference, you could be wrong, so you'll be factually wrong.
If it's just my preference and I'm following my preference and you're following your preference of well-being, what is it wrong?
I'm not following my preference of well-being.
Yes,
I'm saying
you have a preference of well-being. You're preferring to use well-being as your mode of reference. If I'm using Christian ethics as my mode of reference, why am I wrong?
Can I just say you interrupt people a lot for someone who doesn't like being...
Lord. Can you answer my question instead of doing the meta?
He's asked you a question and then you answer and he asks you again because you're not answering the question.
Right, what's the question?
The question is, you're using your preferences to go ahead and say that well-being is your standard. I'm using my preferences to say that Christian ethics are my standards. Why am I wrong to use my preference?
Which gets back to, if you can't demonstrate that there is an objective standard, then subjective standards might be all we have.
Well, wait a minute. So wait a minute. No. Hold up. So now what you're doing, you're wrong again. Because like we have an objective morality.
No,
right?
you claim.
The objective morality we have is that God is the ultimate source of moral truth.
That's a claim. That's not evidence.
Wait. No. That is no matter where I am, who around me thinks this, that, whatever you say, it's the same morality. It's not relative based on what's happening around me or what the masses believe or any of this nonsense.
I'm gonna go ahead and give him an olive branch speak. I was trying to ask him a question with the idea.
Emmett, can I just address that?
I'm giving you an olive branch. Give me a second, okay? I was trying to give the idea that we cannot demonstrate the God exists, and I was trying to pretending that that's the case. I was asking him if I'm using my preference of the Christian God, and he's using his supposed preference of well-being. I was like, why is it wrong that I'm using my preference? That was the point I was trying to make.
Right. The difference is my preference of well-being. It only applies to people who agree with me about well-being. And once we agree on well-being being the basis of morality, then we can demonstrate objectively what is good for well-being and what is bad for well-being. Like drinking battery acid, eating an apple. Good, bad. You're just claiming that God exists and he's the arbiter of morality and it's objective without demonstrating it. At least I can demonstrate part of it. The initial part is subjective. You can't demonstrate any of it. You can't demonstrate that God exists. You can't demonstrate that he's the arbiter of morality. You can't demonstrate that it's objective morality. You can't demonstrate any of it. You're just making the whole...
Oh my God.
Yeah, this is amazing. This is great. More preference is better than your preference. That's why.
I'll just explain why it's not a preference.
It is a preference. You just don't get it. You're like, oh, well, I prefer because people agree with me. It only applies to people that even agree with me. That's why.
Exactly. But I'm asking you to demonstrate that an objective morality even exists Because if you can't do that, and all we've got is subjective morality.
Yeah, we are subjectivists. Right now, you and me, we're both subjectivists. I have my subjective idea, and it's my preference, and it's the Christian idea, and your preference is whatever you think it is, because you have not even give us an answer of what well-being is. What is well-being?
Stop claiming that it's objective. Then you just admitted that it's your subjective preference that you believe in God.
I am using your position right now. I'm trying to work on your worldview. Under your worldview, we both are subjectivists. My idea is the Christian ethics are better than yours. Why am I wrong?
Because I don't support slavery. Do you think slavery is wrong?
Of course.
Right. The God of the Bible doesn't believe slavery is wrong.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
What's your evidence for that?
Exodus 21. You
shall gather your evidence for that.
Go ahead. Read it for us.
I can't. I burnt my Bible, unfortunately.
You burnt it.
Yeah. I've got a Quran. Someone sent me a Quran, so I can burn that as well. I've not done it yet, but yeah. It's Arabic as well. I can't even read it first. Anyway, yeah. Exodus 21. I think this might be Leviticus actually. You shall gather your slaves from the heathen around you. You can own them for life as property. You can pass them on to your children, and you can beat them with a rod as long as they don't die within a day or two. You have done nothing wrong because they are your property. I disagree with that morally. You're saying because it comes from God. So you agree that you should be able to own slaves, and you should be able to beat them with a rod as long as they don't die within a day or two. You've done nothing wrong.
Okay, well, like, there's a whole bunch of shit you're getting out of context, right? First off, when you're saying the way you're saying you think it's okay to own a slave and beat your slave as long as you don't kill him, right? Like, this is what you're, and I get it. It's the shock factor thing that comes with it.
No, I'm not saying that.
In the time, and so in that, actually, I was hoping that would be the explanation you were going to bring up. Because
no,
in that time,
God says
going and collecting people that are like chattel slaves, in a sense, and giving them a way out of slavery. Do you understand that? You can't take people who are slaves, take them out of slavery, and be like, "Go ahead, do all." They've been slaves their whole life. You say, "Go ahead, figure out the world, buddy." Like that doesn't work like that.
I'm saying
he taught them how to treat them as human beings, and then there was a time for them to be released from the master. So this is this was kind of a stupid one to use as the argument. And also the word slave, right, in the Bible, in the original texts, the word slave is used, the same word that they use for today's word of slavery was also used for people who were working to pay off debts. It was also used for people who that were in a family but not by blood. So they worked to be a part of this family, basically.
So we can move off slavery.
So when you say slave, you're thinking of the modern day chattel slavery, which is wrong, right?
No, we're thinking of the idea of owning a human being as property, and that's what it sanctions.
Speak. I got to take off. Do you mind if I say just something real quick before I sign off? Yeah, cool. Thank you guys for having me. Awesome conversation. Awesome. Thank you for hosting. If you want to follow my channel, if you check the leaderboard, I'm in number 7 right now, DuxY. Appreciate anyone who likes philosophy, sociology, that kind of stuff. I do some live shows, all that. Just my final thoughts. The reason I think atheism is still more logical is I think, if I thought it was a fair conversation, but I would still lean, even after hearing Emmett and Speak Talk, I would lean to say that conversations about morality to me still make more sense from an atheistic perspective. And that's it. So have a good night. Nice to meet everyone. Bye.
I know that's your preference.
You as well. Take care.
Nice to meet you. Cheers. And if I could get a link to his channel as well. I don't know what he meant about being 7th on. I don't know what it is. If I could just get a link to his channel. But yeah, we can go off slavery. That's all. Yeah. What about genocide? God committed and commanded genocide in the Old Testament. Do you think it's objectively morally correct to commit genocide and command genocide?
It depends what the people do.
So sometimes it's your opinion that sometimes it's morally correct to commit genocide.
So
Let's
depending
say
on
that
what the
there
people
is a
do,
bunch
it depends on whether or not it's okay to kill all of
Let's
their
say that
babies.
there's a whole lot of people that are burning babies in ovens every day. Would you stop them?
So you go in and kill.
Sure.
I'm asking you a
Would
question. It's
I
very
go
simple,
and
yes or
kill
no?
all of their children?
Yeah, exactly.
Refugee, would you stop them? Yes or no?
I already said it. I already said I'd stop them. Yes, but that doesn't
stop
mean
them?
I'd kill them all.
Yeah, including the
What
children.
if they go ahead and start fighting to their death?
Emmett, would you go in?
Then you kill all the people who are fighting you.
Yeah,
That
I
doesn't
mean-
mean everyone. That doesn't
Let's
mean the
say that
children.
they
That doesn't
go
mean the
ahead and
babies.
use little
you,
kids as shields.
dude. I know you have to twist yourself in knots to try and justify
No,
killing
I
children.
don't have to. I'm asking you.
No,
What
but
if
you
they go
are.
ahead and take the kids out in front and they're like shooting at you? Shoot them back?
Would you shoot them back if they were using children as human shields?
Yes.
I mean, you would try to not kill innocent children, even though you're trying
That
to
is
save your
such
life
a
and
weasel
fight them,
move.
right?
Will you shoot them or not?
I just answered you. Just because I don't give you the answer
Would
you
you
want
shoot
doesn't mean
them?
it's a weasel move.
Yes, it's a weasel move. Oh, yeah,
Would
I
I
will try
shoot
to go
innocent
ahead and
children
shoot them
to
in the
shoot someone
leg.
shooting at me? No.
If someone attacks me, I will shoot them in the leg. Why don't just cops shoot them in the leg?
Because you're such a good marksman. You got a plus 20 on that roll, don't you?
I
Because
know.
you're such a good marksman
Such
that
an
you could just
amazing
shoot
thing
someone
when
in
you
a
just
leg.
can go ahead and be like, oh yeah, I'm the perfect sniper. I'm just gonna go ahead and shoot everybody and shoot
Yeah, because
everybody
nobody
precisely in the
is.
leg, where they will
You
never
see how
die.
ridiculous your argument has to be to
I don't
even
have to
like
be
approach
ridiculous.
this?
I've seen that happen.
In what, a TV show?
No, in reality.
So
There's a lot of people very mad, angry at it happened right now in the world. If you cannot
Emmett, can I
get one-on-one together, it's your
what you're doing is justifying genocide.
What?
I think genocide is always wrong.
Here we go.
You are
That's what you
justifying
No,
it.
this
depends.
is
I'm
this
not
is one of the most
justifying
fucked up.
anything. I'm not
fucked up
talking
arguments, right?
when it comes to justification. Ask a
If
question.
someone's trying to kill you and they hold a small child in front of you, you just have to shoot through them, right? Yeah, that's you. That's the argument you're making. Like,
yeah, sometimes
fucking
if
dumbass
it's
argument is
me,
that?
or let's say that I will have to stop them and I'm using force and they go ahead and put the children in front and they're shooting at me, I will shoot them. Yes.
So right, that's where
You will
we
shoot
I'm
the
a soldier.
child?
I would go ahead and
That's
shoot.
where-
Yes.
that's where we
They're
differ
shooting
again.
back.
No, is that what you think? Is that what you think when someone puts a human shield in front of them, that the people's first option is to literally kill the human shield just to get through them?
They're shooting at you. You're in front.
No. Answer my question. Is that what you think people do in that situation?
When
That they don't try to
if
like
they're
shoot
shooting directly at you, and your only option is shoot
Was
them
it your
back or
own
be killed,
answer
then sure,
just
that's the only
now
option.
to shoot in a way that misses them? You said you would be a super sniper
Oh,
and hit him in the knee or
just
something.
yeah. I would go ahead and use your your
So
idea
which
better.
is
I
it,
would shoot them in the
asshole?
leg.
Are you trying to
That's
shoot
what I would
around them?
do.
Or are you trying to shoot through the hostage?
No,
Because
I
you've
would
said
go
both.
ahead and shoot them in the leg. That's what I would do. I would the perfect sniper and
Then
just
what the
shoot them
fuck
in
does
the
it
leg.
matter that they're holding the child?
No,
You admit you
I
don't want to
wouldn't-
kill
I
the
wouldn't
child. The entire
kill-
point
I
is
wouldn't
that
kill
God
this
ordered
child, and
that
I
the
wouldn't
children be
kill them.
killed.
I would go ahead and be the perfect shooter marksman. You shoot them in the leg so that they will be incapacitated as
God, you are a
the best
cavalcade of
lefty would
dumbassery.
do. Exactly as the best lefty.
Cool. Like, figure out your argument and then get back with me, dude.
I'm not figuring
Effigy. So with this internal critique, you're also accepting that we believe God to be the creator of everything.
Sure.
So if God is the creator of everything, does he have the right to judge?
Does God have the right to judge? If I create my children, can I kill my
He's
children?
the creator.
That I don't want?
No. That's not what I asked. If he's the
Why?
creator of
It's
everything,
a perfect
does he
analogy.
have the right to judge the thing he created?
You're saying that God created us, therefore He can do all this shit to us. Hey, I created my
I
children, so I have the right to do
no,
immoral things.
You didn't
too.
create your child.
again, you're
Special
avoiding
pleading.
my
No,
question.
I'm just pointing out your
FD.
special pleading, man. That's
You're
what you're
not-
trying
you
to
didn't
do. Trying to
avoiding
get
my
properties that don't
question.
exist.
You're talking about 400 years of doing fucked up shit, putting children on altars and burning them with lava and all this fucked up shit, right? 400 years of God pleading with these people to stop the nonsense, and then commanding people to go and stop it by force, and them using a hyperbole of wipe out every man, woman, and child, translating the command from God using this hyperbole. And later in the Bible, we see these people pop up, so we know it wasn't a genocide, or else they wouldn't have been able to pop up later after this. So again, let me ask you, can the creator judge its creation?
I mean, you can judge, but what your actions do prove whether or not you're moral, right?
And you didn't
Well,
create your child.
the creator
I
is
don't
the judge,
don't
the
give
arbiter, right?
this special pleading answer to where that God, just because you created something, you can be immoral to it. Like I said, no one keeps answering this. I created my children. Does that mean
You
I have the
didn't
right
create
to
your
do
children.
immorality?
We don't
to them?
believe you created
How
your
did I
children.
not create
God
my children?
created your child. That's how that's what we think, right? We don't believe like all humans just created ourselves and that's it, right?
Sorry, can I really interrupt? I've got to leave, but thank you, Speakeasy. Good to see everyone. I've got to go.
Have a good one, Wild Hard.
See
Cheers,
you.
man.
No hard feelings. Thank you for coming up. How exactly is the process where you, like, what is the process you did so that you knew exactly what was the genome for your kids? Can you answer that?
Wait, what?
Yeah, what was the process that you made so that you could go ahead and say, oh, this is the precise genome that I want for my kid that I'm going to
explain
create?
to you how babies are made?
No. How did you make their genome?
It's a
You made it, right?
nonsensical
You
question.
created them, so you know what their genome is.
Once
and what
again,
is
would you like me to
exactly the
explain to you
thing.
how babies are made? You're asking a nonsensical
Oh,
question.
you're talking about conception then? You conceive? So you didn't create them. Okay.
Are you
Thank
anywhere
you.
near a point?
You're so amazing with your special pleading.
No, special pleading is adding on characteristics to get around arguments. That's what
Yeah,
you
I
guys
know,
do with
like, I
God
create
all the
something
time.
that I
Wait,
didn't
what was
create.
the added on characteristic? I'm confused.
The idea that it is moral to be able to do anything you want to something you've created.
Well, no. So the
I can create
idea
something and
is
still treat it
if
immorally.
you are the creator of everything, including morals, you are the arbiter of those morals. That's
Can
the
God
argument.
change his mind?
Nope.
Really?
That doesn't having
So what-
different punishments.
What happens in
Can
Exodus 32:14?
would you punish a 3-year-old
Speakeasy,
that
what
threw your
happens in
wallet
Exodus
into a fire the
32:14?
same way you would punish your
What
18-year-old?
happens in Exodus 32:14?
Okay, I'll wait. I'll ask you it again though.
I don't care. I'm asking a question. What happens in Exodus 32:14 when God has to repent of something he wanted to do? Does he change his mind in that story?
Sorry, in Exodus what?
32:14.
When God explain what you're asking. I'm confused.
So God gets angry at his people and is going to do something horrific to them, and then is convinced to do otherwise.
Convinced
32
or God showed mercy?
And the Lord repented of the evil which he thought to do unto his people.
Showed mercy.
But mercy from what? From what he was going to do, right?
No, it was showing that a plea of a faithful man can have it shows God's mercy and willingness to what's the word I'm thinking of? it shows God's mercy to
And the Lord
accept the
repented
pleas of
the
a faithful
evil
man.
which he thought to do unto his people.
Yeah, and then a faithful man like Moses pleaded with him for him not to, and he didn't, because Moses is a faithful man, and
So he
he
changed his
pleaded.
mind. He was going to do
No, he
something.
spared and
Then Moses
forgave
pleaded, and he changed his
because
mind.
of Moses.
Yeah.
How does that mean changing your mind?
Because he was going to do something, and then he said he was not going to do it, and he repented of the evil he was going to do in the first place.
So when he says the Lord relented from the disaster he had spoken of bringing on his people, so that means he changed his mind.
Sure, if I say I'm going to bring disaster upon you, and it is something that I'm going to do, and then Moses comes up and convinces you otherwise.
If forgiveness is changing your minds, I'll take it back. God can change his mind. Yeah.
Yeah, if he shows mercy, he can change his mind. It's because
So like,
Cool.
if
Well, then
you're
admit,
saying
okay, cool,
he
God can
has
change
a
his mind,
standard,
therefore
right?
it's
He has a
subjective.
standard for forgiveness. Someone that meets that standard for forgiveness asked for it, he gave it, and you say that's changing your mind. So I'll accept. Sure, he changes his mind, I guess, when he forgives you.
Cool.
Sure.
So God can change his mind. Therefore, the arbiter of your
He
morality
can forgive
is
you.
a
Yeah,
subject.
of course.
He
God
can
do
change his
whatever.
mind. It is not unchanging. Therefore, it is a subject and gives you a subjective
Wait.
morality.
When you say his mind is unchanging, what do you mean by that?
You guys claim objective morality, intrinsic morality,
Yeah.
things that do not change.
Yeah,
If
the
you
morals
are
never
also
change. When did
arguing,
God's morals change? Because he forgave his
no.
morals.
Your argument is that
change?
God brings
Still
morality
mercy.
into existence
Wait, that
by
doesn't
saying
that
it.
doesn't follow, effigy. You're saying because
No,
he
it follows completely.
forgave his morals changed?
Speakeasy, I gotta go. Can I have just 1 minute, real quick?
Yeah, go ahead, Emmett.
Well, first of all, thank you for having me on. No hard feelings, FG. It's just a debate. Hope
no
you
hard
have
feelings for me, man.
hope you all have
do this all
a
the time.
great night. And yeah, I'm just gonna leave. Have a good one.
See you.
Like,
So my point I'm trying to get to is basically
when you
you guys
see a
Sorry,
video
go
of like a father shake the hand of his child's killer and say he forgives him, do you think he changed his mind about how horrible it was that dude killed his kid, or did he forgive the person? He didn't change his mind.
Not really an apt analogy.
Forgiveness
That
is
father
not
doesn't
changing
speak
a
morality
mind.
into existence, right?
Sorry?
The
What-
father isn't speaking morality into existence. Like it's
What does that have to do with it?
because God is, right? God is the author of morality, right?
Yeah, his morality doesn't change. When does his morality change?
If God can change his mind, then God's morality can change, though. You admit that, right?
When you say it can, so the ability to, right, but that's not God's nature, right? So the ability of doing something and the nature of God is different. Like, so
Wait, but isn't the entirety of
when we
Christianity
say
premised on the
God-
idea that there's a different covenant now, that things that were immoral for people before are not immoral now?
that's actually not. That's not what's happening, right?
Wait, so people who are under the previous
didn't
covenant
come to
didn't have all
change
sort
the
of
laws;
moral
he
rules
came
that
to fulfill them, right? There's things that would have been mistranslated in the Old Testament that were fulfilled in the New, right? Even at the end, if everyone knew fully of what was going on already, why before Jesus left did they say that Jesus, before he left, he then gave us the full knowledge to interpret the scriptures to the people we spread it to? I'm putting it into
Yeah, I know
I'm
you're twisting
rephrasing
and not
exactly,
so
not
that the
exactly
obvious
word
isn't
for word.
obvious. There are moral rules in the Old Testament that are no longer in action because Christianity is under a different covenant, right? Isn't that the basic premise?
Wait, sorry, say that one more time.
There are moral rules that were listed in the Old Testament that were used under a previous covenant that are no longer moral rules under the new covenant, correct?
Well, what do you mean?
Like,
Can you give me an example of what you
sure,
mean?
like just the general idea, like eye for an eye. There are multiple times in the New Testament where Jesus is explicit in saying that retribution is not justice.
Right,
Eye
because
eye for an eye is no longer the thing.
yeah, again, because this is like when we talk about how today, like, there's people that misinterpreted Christianity to justify slavery, right? That doesn't mean that God or Christian ethics is the wrong one, right? Humans do evil things.
Oh,
That's
sure. No, we don't agree there. It's just
Sure, but does God tell people to do evil things? So like,
like
I,
the
so
moral
again, at
law
the
is
so at the Last Supper, like Jesus said, like this is my blood spilled for you as a sign of the new covenant, right? So like, the old covenant of law was phasing out, and the new covenant of grace was, you know, working its way in as described in the Ark of the Covenant with Abraham, right? It was prophesied that there were 3 covenants.
sorry, I missed your question. You're
Sure.
kind of
So
low.
at the-
Can you turn that up on your side? Oh wait, I
Yeah,
can
my
turn it
bad.
up on my side too.
Oh,
Okay.
then I will keep my volume where it's at then if you're going to turn me up.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah. So at the Last Supper, Jesus said, "This is my blood spilled for you as a sign of the new covenant." What was that new covenant?
The gospel.
Sure. And what is what is the gospel? Like, what is the new covenant?
It's
Is it-
it's emphasizing God's grace and forgiveness, right?
Right. Yeah.
Offering yeah, so like um God is a graceful and forgiving God, but he also judges. He
Yeah,
also
sure.
commands us to judge too. So like this isn't a contradiction. He judges and he offers salvation through his grace and forgiveness.
For sure. Yeah. So it's not a contradiction. It's just a sign of the new covenant of grace rather than law, right? So like sin doesn't exist anymore, and we've all been imbued with the Holy Spirit, which gives us discernment to distinguish like what God is telling us versus like what we think is right, right? I think that's how it works, at least.
Sorry, I'm you gotta say that again for me.
We're in the covenant of grace because Jesus died. Jesus was the ultimate sacrifice for all sin everywhere, forever, right?
Right?
Yeah. So Jesus died for all sin, so there's no such thing as sin anymore because Jesus made the ultimate sacrifice, right?
Yeah, that's not what that means.
Oh, okay, so Jesus died for some sin and not others? Like Jesus kind of conquered death.
So you just I get you're making a joke out of it, but well,
no, I'm trying to ask, like, did Jesus die for all sins or for some sins?
yeah, he to atone for the sins.
Atone for all sins or some sins?
All sins, yeah.
Okay. Okay. So all sin has been paid for, right? By Jesus?
Yeah, so like it was not as in they were eliminated, that they're no longer sins, as in it was to make amends or
the sin of the world, right?
To receive forgiveness, right?
For sure, for sure. I mean, yeah. You have to accept the forgiveness in order to be forgiven of the sin, but Jesus died for all sin, right?
Yeah, God.
Yeah. So
what did
God
it-
erased sin from all of us, right?
Well,
Like with
no,
his
that's
ultimate
not,
sacrifice of his son.
again, that's not what I said. So
Or okay, I'm sorry. What did you say? Like Jesus died for some sin, but not all.
no, to make an amends so we could receive forgiveness.
Oh, okay, so made an amends for some sin or all sin.
I've already said for all.
Oh, okay. So Jesus died for all sin.
Yeah,
I just
for
want to
the
be
sins of
super duper
humanity.
clear that like
For the
all
sins of
sin,
humanity.
past, present, future, like is taken care of by Jesus' sacrifice. Like we're in agreement on that, right?
Offering forgiveness so we could have the possibility of it, right? That's what it's for.
Sure. So for like all of it, right? Offering forgiveness for all sin, right?
Right. That's why Jesus said through him is the way you get to God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, because for the
Through
spilling
me
of
you get
his
to the
blood.
Father. I'm the way, the truth, and the life. Yeah.
Yeah. Through the spilling of his blood, like this is the sign of the new
That
covenant.
doesn't mean that you can just continue to sin. That's not what that means.
I mean, that's not what I said. I'm pretty sure. I'm just saying that all sin
You're
is taken
saying it's
care of by
erased.
Jesus, right?
You're saying it's erased. Yeah, that's what you said. Your actual literal words were all sins are erased now.
But that wasn't my literal words. I don't know. You can rewind and I guess double check that. But like Jesus died for all sins, right? Like all sins are taken care of, not erased. Like
Yeah,
Jesus didn't
willingly
erase history.
suffered and died as a sacrifice to atone for the sins of humanity,
Okay, for
offering
sure.
us a possibility of a reconciliation.
All sin is
God.
taken care of, and we're all given the possibility of forgiveness. Sure. Yeah.
As long as you ask
Where do you
forgiveness.
Where do you go from here?
Oh no, for sure. I just wanted to like make sure that you like, or I don't know. I was just checking in with like what you thought Jesus died for, because yeah, I don't know. I feel like sometimes the way that you phrase it kind of sounds like it's like, well, like not all sin is taken care of. Like some sin, you have to like ask for forgiveness for, and then like Jesus will have died for it, which kind of sounds silly when you read it back.
I don't get why it sounds silly.
I mean, did Jesus die for like infinite sin or for finite sin?
What do you okay? What does it mean when you say that? Like, are you saying when he died for our sin, does that mean we can still sin? Like, is that
No,
what
what I'm
you're
saying
asking?
is could I sin enough? Could humanity sin enough for Jesus' sacrifice to not be enough?
To not be enough to have a chance?
Yeah,
of
could
eternal life?
humanity sin overcome
Oh, no.
Jesus' sacrifice?
Well, that was the whole point of Jesus' sacrifice, was that so that humanity
Was
could
that
have
it's
a
for
chance to
literally
reconciliation
infinite
with
all
God.
sin that could ever be.
Yeah, so that you could still have a chance.
Yeah. I understand that you want to add this qualifier of like you need to ask for forgiveness to get it.
Even if you are a piece of shit, right? If you truly repent and change and give your life to the Lord, yeah, you can be forgiven. Yeah,
I can be forgiven, sure. But
Yeah.
but that sin is already paid for though, right? Like I don't need to ask for I need to ask for forgiveness in order to receive forgiveness, but no matter what, that sin is already paid for, right?
if you believe and accept Jesus as your Lord and Savior, yeah.
Oh, so the amount of sin that Jesus died for depends on if I accept it or not?
Yeah, that's literally what it says in the Bible. Bro.
Oh, okay. So the amount of sin that Jesus died for is flexible.
No.
Okay, well,
No,
you need to pick
Jesus
a
didn't-
lane
no,
here,
it's
dog.
just saying that Jesus didn't die so that you could rape people your whole life and still go to heaven, moron.
Oh, wow. Oh, yeah. Oh, shit. I forgot when I said that literal
I mean,
exact phrase.
To be fair, Speak, you did just give a scenario where that is possible.
No, I didn't.
No, you
I
didn't.
didn't say.
You said
No,
as long
no.
as
I
long
don't
as you
believe you
accept
can
Jesus.
just. I don't believe you can just say I accept the Lord and Savior and then just go to heaven.
No, we're not talking about acceptance here. We're
qualifiers.
talking about like whether or not I accept it, no matter how much
Yeah,
I
accepting
sin.
the Lord as your Savior doesn't mean just saying it.
Sure, we're
Right?
not talking about acceptance here. We're talking about how much sin that Jesus
I'm
died
granting
for.
whatever you say. Whatever you say the threshold is. Can a person live a life as like a serial killer their entire life, meet your threshold at the right before their death, completely accept
my
Jesus Christ, be
threshold,
repentant for their sins, and
Well,
still get into
wait
heaven?
a minute. So I don't know how far exactly God's forgiveness goes, right? I know that he's the
But you know enough to
ultimate.
differentiate between what we're saying and what you're saying. though,
Wait,
that
no,
you've
no.
already done that
Let
in the
me actually
conversation.
finish what I'm saying. Right, so I don't know exactly the threshold. That would be a crazy thing for me to make the judgment on. I'm not God, right? I don't get to decide what God will forgive you for, what
You don't
God will
make a
forgive
statement on it
me
at all.
for.
You think God's
I
a
don't get to
loser?
decide that, right? But I know what the scripture says, right? Faith without works is dead. So you can't just say, "Oh yeah, I believe in God," and then you get to go to heaven, right? You actually have to live as if you believe in God too.
Sure, but if I live like I believe in God, but don't profess it or accept it, is he gonna take me or the person who just?
How could you
it?
live if you as you believe? Wait a minute. So you're gonna live as if you believe and accept God as your Lord and Savior,
Yeah,
but
like
you're
most
gonna
do.
do
Or
fucked up shit. How does that work?
oh, wait, I'm sorry. Did you actually watch the Jordan Peterson like vid? Sorry, I'm late to the party.
Yeah, I did watch it. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So like all of or I mean, I guess did you disagree with a lot of like Jordan Peterson's points of, like
Yeah,
most
he
atheists are actually more religious than they let
fucked up
on?
a lot of shit that he said.
Oh, okay, for sure. So like I mean, so you think it's impossible to like live as a religious atheist that or whatever the fuck you're trying to say? Or what? Okay, I'm sorry. He hit on like 5 or 6 topics. Like, which of those topics did you think he was wrong on? If that's a fair question to ask. Sorry, that's a.
Well, I think when he got into the everyone has faith thing, this is kind of it was a little bit weird of an argument.
For
Am I
sure.
the only
But
one who
like when
thinks,
you
and I'm sure other
compare
people think
Jordan
this, but
Peterson to the morons he was up against, I
is he
mean,
just like is Jordan Peterson just cosplaying as a Christian? Like honestly, like come on.
Well, I
Like,
mean, the
is he-
original title of the video was "One Christian versus 25 Atheists," and then they changed it. So,
the guy
well,
always
he's
is so
stated many
cagey
times
as
that
soon
he
as you
won't talk about his religious beliefs publicly.
yeah, so he's a coward.
But
Yeah, for
he's
sure.
also
That's
said
fine.
that he believes Jesus is God. So I don't know.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he refuses to claim the label. Yeah, sure. Like, I don't know. He's just like someone in the Roman times who would refuse to
I
profess
may
that
be
Jesus
a
is
huge
Lord.
cynic, but I really feel like he knows where his bread is buttered. He knows where his money is made, and he doesn't want to alienate the audience who is paying him shitloads of money to do stuff. I really feel like that. I mean, he's not a completely disingenuous guy, but my alarms go off every time he talks about this. And I'm just like, I find no prominent Christians who are scared to fucking talk about their shit the way you do. And it just
Well, to be
seems
fair,
he's
he's
really
like Catholic,
disingenuous.
right?
Well, that's not true entirely. So, like a lot at the starting of me streaming, when people would ask me, I would avoid them fucking getting an actual answer out of me, because this is a lot of the times when I debate people, they just go straight to, well, yeah, but like God does this and God does that. Like they just like they can't interact with me as on their ground, and they turn into, well, Sky Daddy this and Sky Daddy that. And I think that's what Peterson is trying to avoid with his other things that he does, right? And like I did,
Sure, I can
you
see
know,
that.
at first when people would ask me, I would just say like I would change the subject, or like I remember Vegan Gains. He asked me, and I was like, oh, you know, I'm more spiritual. You know what I mean? Yeah, I believe in God. There's a higher power, but anyways, I don't really want to talk about that. Right, because like I knew that's where everybody goes. Right, you wouldn't have had the veganism debate with me properly if I would have said yes, I'm a Christian. He would have went straight to, oh, God did this and God did that. Yeah, you know, like I it's goofy, but you know, I got sick of people asking me and me saying or changing the subject or saying something else. So I just finally fucking just said it. But like I find that maybe this is what Jordan Peterson is doing. This has been my idea. He's doing this to avoid people just using that as a instrument of attack every time. But he definitely, he's not the same person as when he started. Obviously, he went
Yeah,
through
no, for sure.
fucking mad shit at the same time, dude. That's fucked up.
Yeah, no, the chemically induced coma, the long COVID, definitely.
Yeah, addicted to fucking benzos for time. His fucking wife dies. His daughters almost died at one point. Like it's a
I
fucked
didn't
up
realize
life.
his wife
Right.
died.
Sounds
He
like Biden.
fucking, he's lost his head a few times.
So do you think that God loses?
What do you mean by God loses? Like,
Would you say that God wants to save everyone?
yeah, sure. Yeah, I believe God wants all of us to come
Yeah,
back to him. Yeah.
for sure. So do you think that God loses?
Well, if you mean in the sense of like loses some of his children, sure, to sin, if that's what you mean, sure.
Yeah. I mean, okay. Either.
But I don't think it's in the sense of uh like a loss of a gain, if you understand what I mean. Like it wasn't like a competition lost or something like this.
Well, yeah, sure. I mean, I guess like like God wants to save everyone, but
Yeah, and when like the like I've explained to people before, like the Bible, the scriptures is God revealing himself to his rebellious children in hopes that they will come back to him.
yeah, and then he doesn't get them all. You know, that would be crazy to expect that God would win at the end of the day all the
Because
time.
God knows in
Well,
advance which
I
people are
think
going to enter
God
hell.
still wins. We're the one who loses if we
Whoa,
go
whoa, 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 whoa. So God wants to save everyone, right?
Yep. Wants.
Okay.
Yep.
Wants to, but God doesn't always get what he wants. But when he tries sometimes, at the right time, he gets what he needs, right? Or
No.
rather, do you think the gates of heaven and hell are open? Or do you think they're closed? Like once you're in, you're in. Once you're out, you're fucking out.
I think they have those like electric gates where you have to put in a code.
Yeah,
yeah.
probably it's just like a combo. No, I don't. I like that's a hard question to answer, right?
Yeah. I mean, well, that's why I'm asking it.
But like hell isn't like a physical place. Hell is without God.
Well, where in the universe could you go
Depends on
that
the
is
Christian
without
you
God?
ask, right?
Like without, as in like so. God is love, right? And you'll live without this, without God's love. So like, and that's your choice.
Yeah, sure. But I believe that love wins, and that you can get thrown out of heaven or get out of hell. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, but like even with there being a without God, right? This wouldn't be God losing, right?
Yeah, it would be because God wants to save everybody. So
Yeah,
if
but
God loses one person,
yeah,
if
but
God loses a single
God wants us to
soul.
love him with our free will. The free will he gave us is the ultimate.
Sure. Yeah. And if God doesn't get that, then God doesn't get what God wants, right?
No, but us having the free will is God winning in itself, because that's God.
So God
wants.
wins when he
Us to
doesn't
have
save
free will.
everybody, and God
Let me ask a
wins when he
question.
does save everybody.
If God
Us
knows
having
everything and
free
God
will
knows,
is
if
the
God knows whether or
ultimate
not you end up in heaven or hell, is it
That's our
immoral for
choice.
God to make a human being who he knows ends up in hell?
Well, he made us with free will.
But he knows
made
you
the
end up
choices.
there. How do you have free will if he knows you end up there? If you have no possibility of changing that ending, there is no free will.
Well, see, again, end up. When you say end up, you're already putting God in our concept of time. You can't
yeah,
use
sure.
these
Well, yeah,
types
because
of
if you take God out of our
concepts
concept of time, you can't
with
argue that he can
God.
do anything
God
because
is
you're
there
talking
when you
sequentially.
do it. God is the beginning, God is the end. God is there at all times. So like there is no concept of before it happened, after it happened. There is no this doesn't exist in the reality.
If you
for
take God out of
God.
time, then you can't argue that God can do sequential things.
Wait, what?
If you take God out, if you take anything out of time, then you cannot argue sequentiality outside of time, because that is
If I
living
exist
time.
at all times, you saying I can't choose which times I do things? What?
Well, yeah, sure. Could you have created any other like time but this one?
Sorry, could he have?
Yeah.
Yeah, God is all powerful.
No,
Could he
there's
have
there's
and
no
would he have is two
sequentiality
different
outside of
questions.
time. There's no
So
cause
so
and effect.
God
There's no
chose
causality.
So God chose to create this time where God doesn't get what God wants, which is to save
It would
everybody.
be against God's nature to create us as like robots that just automatically loved him.
Okay, well, I mean, you have to understand the double bind here, right? You know, either like God couldn't have created anything else but a reality where God loses.
I'm not saying couldn't.
But
I'm saying
okay,
wouldn't.
but then God did create a reality where God loses. So
Well, you say lose. I don't think it's a loss.
yeah, God doesn't save everybody.
Yeah, but his goal was for us to have the free will and choice of what to choose.
Okay, okay, so God wants us to choose. God does not want to save everybody. He only wants to save certain people.
No, God loves us, and God gave us.
Yeah. God loves everybody, but God isn't going to save everybody, right?
No, it's when it's us. It's up to us. We
Well,
make the choice.
okay, so God wants to save everybody, but we got in the way of that.
Yeah, we make the choice of if we want to be with God or not.
Yeah, we make the choice on whether God wins or not.
Well,
Okay.
you keep calling it lose, but I mean that's just like your way of being funny about it.
I mean, yeah, it's my way of being funny about it and not like an asshole about like, oh yeah, like God said he wanted this and then God didn't get what he wanted, so
because we have free will.
Oh, so we we're more we can overpower God. So we are like bacteria.
No, it's not about overpowering. How is it overpowering? If I let you punch me in my face, did you overpower me to punch me in my face? No.
Did you want me to punch you in your face?
If I let you punch me in my face,
did you want me to punch you in your face?
Say I didn't want you. Say I didn't want you to.
Say you didn't want me to, but you let me anyway. Yeah. So like, yeah, I mean, I don't know. Obviously there's some circumstances there where you let me punch you in the fucking face for some reason.
Okay, and
maybe I'm Liu Kang, I guess.
You're not answering though.
Answering what? So like humans have more power on God's will because either God's will is to save everybody or God's will is not to save everybody. and it's humans who get to decide what God's will is, right? You can only have one or the other.
That not even what I said, so I don't even know where you're getting that from. God gave us free will. We make the choice.
And we can overpower. So God, okay. So is God's will to save everybody?
If I say to you, I don't want you to punch me.
It's God's will to save everybody.
If you want, but I won't move if you do. Does that? Do you understand how stupid it would be to say that I wanted you to punch me in the face?
I mean, if you were God, yes. Otherwise, no.
Almost like saying,
Wait,
I'm going to make
what?
myself into a human body and I want you to kill me, right?
Oh my lord! So
But I'm just saying, if you were talking about ridiculous, like we're talking about some crazy stories here, so it's not that far afield from the ridiculousness of the stories we're talking about. So what about my
I'm just
point?
simply you're simply saying if somebody wants something, him letting it means he actually doesn't want it.
Wait,
I'm actually not sure of what the point Darko's trying to make.
Or yeah, sorry. God wants something, and God doesn't get what he wants sometimes. That's my point.
Well,
If God wants us,
I think he already gave you his
wants.
perspective answer, Darko. His perspective answer is definitely God gives us free will, therefore we can end up wherever our choices end up. But to me, the thing, like I keep trying to bring up, the thing that does not figure here is if God is omniscient and he knows everything, he knows where you end up because of this special characteristic of living outside of time, even though he still exists in a sequential manner. How, if God knows your ending, if you cannot change it, do you have free will?
You keep saying end up. He knows it based off your choices, not the other way around. Do you not get this?
but yet he could have created another universe where you didn't make those choices, where he saved you. Why not?
Then we wouldn't have free will. And that would be against God's nature.
Wait, so
be the God I
it
worship.
is our so it is our free will when we don't choose God, but it's not our free will. Like God couldn't have set us up with the circumstances to believe in him and actually accept him. But it's okay for him to set us up.
It's not that he couldn't, it's that he doesn't because it's against his nature.
Okay, so God doesn't set us up to accept his nature?
Yeah, he doesn't make us fucking robots that have no free will.
Gotcha.
Like, you're basically saying if God's real, why evil? And it's like so low tier.
Oh, okay. I mean, like, do you know the response to the
low
low tier argument?
Tier argument, but okay.
Even if it was a low tier argument, do you know the response to that argument?
I already said free will. Do you not get it, or?
Okay, so response to if God knows everything, then how free will? And then your response to that is like free will, dog. LOL. Gotcha. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. No, I totally get you. It's like, well, a lot of shit doesn't make sense if we don't accept free will. So,
like, if we were sinlessness, this would be incompatible with free will. Do you understand that, right?
I have no idea what that means.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, Jesus died for all sins. We have the Holy Spirit. We have the capacity to discern
not all choices
God's will from our own.
If we weren't able to sin, if we weren't able to make a choice of sinning, we wouldn't have free will.
It's ridiculous.
Okay.
Not all choices are
That's
between
putting the cart
sinful
before
and
the horse,
unsinful
dog.
choices.
Like I don't know what that.
Wait, not all choices. What?
Not all choices are between sinful and unsinful choices. Whether or
And
not
what
I
does
sit on
that
the
have to
couch
do
or
with what I said?
or the chair, because you said we wouldn't have free will.
Well, how do you decide between equally sinful choices?
Wait, effigy. If we were made that we couldn't make certain choices, you think that wouldn't be? You think that would still be free will?
Well, no, not completely free will, no. But
Okay, well
it's a lot
then,
different than
duh.
saying well, no, but
That's what I'm saying, dude.
you're still allowing for choice though. Like, so it wouldn't be like
True
you have
free
no choice.
will. True free will would be incompatible with people being created unable to sin. Do you understand?
Sure, you would have limited free will.
Limited free will. I don't even know what the fuck.
Wait,
that is.
okay. So sin is a necessary component of free will, right? Like free will means we have the choice to sin or not. Is that
Right.
like a fair?
Free will means we can make the choices outside of external anything, right? So,
Well, I mean,
No, not in the Christian perspective. That's a
Must be.
philosophical free will. That's Christian free will is a whole different animal, right?
yeah, that we have the freedom to choose no matter what.
sin or not, no matter what, we could sin or we can not sin. What are y'all doing tonight?
And like, I just don't understand the like I've never understood why it's so hard to understand for you guys that because you guys say like if God's real, why is there suffering or why is there evil or any of these things? But like
Because we have in our
We
own head what a
also-
maximally good being would be. And it's nothing about what you guys have in your stories.
really, so you think the ultimate good being would just control us and make us love him? Is that what you're actually saying? For
I
sure.
mean, yeah, probably.
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
I'll bite that bullet.
Ah.
Actually, like I won't ascribe that to them, but like I will be like, yeah, like honestly, like the best God would probably like have us on a very specific path.
Base. So like it would be in your guys' view, it would be moral.
In my view,
Yeah. In your, it would be ultimately good, moral. If we like brainwash the fuck out of every child to do whatever you guys think is good, and
No, that's not what I'm
yeah,
saying.
like
Why
I would
wouldn't it
love
be?
to do what you're
Yeah, that's
doing,
what
but
you're
like on
saying. You're saying if we
something
didn't
based
have
in like
free
fucking
will,
reality. Yeah,
if we
that would be
didn't have
great.
Free will, right? If we didn't have free will, it would be better, and that would mean God would actually love us, and He would
Not at all
actually
what
be
I'm
good.
saying.
That's what I'm saying.
You can
I'm
have
sorry,
every bit
not
of
to
free
be an
will you have
asshole.
right now and still have a God that makes your life better instead of like
No,
Well,
I
God
think if
does
God
make our
exists,
life
God is
better.
evil.
like sinful
Actually,
and
Wait,
kill an
God
entire
does make your life
population, shit
better,
like that,
dude.
right?
God does make your life better.
no, God makes my life worse every fucking day.
I mean, that's probably because you sit here talking like this about it.
Oh,
You know,
so I deserve it.
the further you take yourself away from God, I find usually
Damn.
the
Well,
further down
I'm. You know what?
lifetime-
Now that I
what,
think
the
about it, I'm
shittier
so
his
sad
belief
that
is for
Jesus
you?
wasn't enough to account for my current feelings.
I don't even know what that means.
Well, I mean, I'm as equally open to God now as I was 6 months ago, 8 years ago, like whatever the fuck. But yeah, like I just deserve it, I guess.
Well, are
That's
you
your
though?
argument?
Like, are you open to God? Like, so do you believe we have free will, or is everything predetermined?
I don't know. Like I don't have a great answer to that question. I know about the Agrippa's trilemma. But like, yeah, I mean, I don't know. Any of the explanations for what's going on right now is are all mostly equally valid at the end of the day. whether you believe in a God, you don't, you believe everything's predetermined or not. Like, sure, whatever. I don't have a good.
Those are equally
like
valid.
at the end of the
That's
day,
crazy to me.
epistemologically, they're all like equally, nonsensical.
Sound? You think they're both sound?
Sound is not exactly the word he said when he said nonsense.
No, I mean, I think any epistemological foundation necessarily reduces down to some sort of like circular argument or like presuming, an axiom and or whatever. Like, at the end of the day, like, the fact that I think that I'm not talking to AI on the internet right now is like, taking a lot of steps to assume that what's going on is real. If that makes sense.
Nah, not really.
God has not revealed himself to me. I'm open to hearing from him. But I don't feel like I've had that experience yet. I guess.
And what would it take for you to believe that God exists? If you really think about it inside of your head there, what would it take for you to believe that God exists?
This is the easiest question in the world to answer.
Yeah, no, your answer sucks.
Yeah, I mean,
I
if he
have the best
reveals
answer in the
himself,
world.
God would know what it
me.
takes.
Yeah,
I'm
if
not
your God's
asking
worth a
what
shit,
God
your
would
God would
know.
know
I'm
what it takes.
asking you.
That's the thing. I might not know what it takes to convince me. You are not the arbiter of your own
You
beliefs.
don't. You don't know what it takes
you
to
don't
convince
choose
you,
your
but you
beliefs.
don't believe in it. That's wild.
You can be convinced, but you don't choose your beliefs wholesale. You have to
Okay,
be
so
convinced.
why are you not convinced? What doesn't convince you?
Any
So
of the
we have
arguments that I've heard.
historical records of
No, you don't.
the revelation. What do you mean? No, we don't.
The answer is that like because
Okay,
nothing
see,
convinces
that's my
me.
problem. You guys
I don't
can't
know if
even
I can
approach these
trust my
things, like,
sense
honestly,
data.
though.
Like what?
Wait.
You say we have
Why don't
historical
you?
records.
Why do you mean no? We don't.
Because you don't. The absolute earliest writings of the Bible are from 70, which is at least 40 years past the supposed crucifixion. Most of the Bible is written in the early 100s. Like, so you can't even say you have contemporary historical records. You don't. You don't at all. Like, so every time someone says that, I'm just like, but you don't. Not even biblical scholars think you have any kind of writings predating 70 AD.
Okay, well, anyways,
And also, like, you're trying to
you do
argue about
believe
like
in-
some shit
you
that
do
people wrote
believe in-
down like a long time ago against people who
This
wrote
is
shit down in contemporary times.
I just think that's a weird standard to hold, especially like when you believe in like historical figures like Genghis Khan, and he was written about 30 years.
I
So
don't
does
believe
that
in
10
Genghis
years-
Khan.
Does that
I don't
10
believe in
years
Genghis
make
Khan.
a difference? Well, Effigy does, and he's
I
the one
wasn't
making
there.
this argument.
I don't know if Genghis Khan was real. I was not there. Who gives a fuck? I care about Genghis Khan as much as I care about Jesus.
Well, like there you go. Yeah, you said you're open, but you're clearly closed-minded. You just don't.
Well,
care.
there's the proof.
No,
You need
there,
to see
there,
God
there are a ton
yourself.
of like pseudo historical figures that might be either amalgamations or fictions. Like that.
Yeah, show me
there's a ton
God.
of them.
Right?
I'll believe it.
Okay, so now so then you're just like now you're just questioning the reliability of historical evidence.
I think we all
Yes.
question.
In the same way that I question
historical evidence.
academia and like scientific papers. Yes. That's why we like peer review, just like how the Bible was fucking made, dog. Like yes. Like yes. I don't know. Seems kind of sus. Do you believe every research paper that you read?
We have historical historians all agree that there's a historical figure. Jesus.
Historians are cringe.
Right?
They're all gay and DEI, okay?
Got you.
Give me something else besides historians.
Got you. Were you there for World War I?
No.
Did it happen?
I don't know. Probably.
No.
Oh,
No.
how do you know? How do you know it happened?
I don't. I just said probably.
Oh well, what makes you believe that it
Oh,
could?
yeah. Uh-huh.
What leads you more to?
I don't know.
probably?
I don't know that the arrow of time exists, I guess. You know,
The era of time
overwhelming
exists.
majority
You know what
of
our
like
years? Do you know what our years are based off of, Darko?
our years.
This is a weird argument.
What do you mean our years?
Yeah, like so.
My years are based on revolutions around the sun.
The year. What year is it?
Personally, what are your years based on?
Just because
What
the
year is
papacy,
it?
which was an extension of the Roman Empire, had the ability to change the calendar, which they were doing before they were Christian, just because they did that, it's some kind of argument for Christianity? Is that what road you're going down?
Well, I'm just like no. I was showing Darko that he doesn't even like understand anything he's arguing.
Oh, I'm sorry. What
Like,
year is it in China
don't
right now?
believe
Like what
Jesus
number
to be a
year?
historical
With respect to
figure,
Jesus.
but your calendar is literally based off from his death.
So you are
now.
making the argument.
What does that have to do with like? Okay, so like because
You don't
the
believe he was a
calendar,
historical
therefore
figure. You don't
Jesus.
believe he existed. That's my point.
Hey, easy.
We have.
Oh, I'm
lots of
sorry.
Do you know what the? Do you
Did
know
I
what the
say that
days
at
of
all?
the week are named
historical
after?
evidence that Jesus
No,
Christ
hang on.
existed,
Easy.
but
Do
you
you know
guys
what the
don't
days
care
of the
about that.
week are named
If I
after?
bring up the Shroud of Turin, you guys would say, "Yeah, but you know, we don't actually know." Like that's what you're just gonna keep saying, right? Like,
Yeah,
so, like,
sure.
if that's
So-
your standard, then
Yep,
why
yep.
don't you hold
You could
that
tell
for
me right
World
now
War
that you
II,
believe
Alexander
that the
Great?
Earth
Why don't
started
you-
on
why don't
October
you hold the
23rd,
same
4004
standard for all of this
BC,
stuff?
and I would be like, yeah, I don't know. You're not necessarily wrong.
I'll ask it again. Don't worry. Why don't you hold the same standard for
What
World
was the
War
question?
One?
I do. I
Because we have
I
tons of
don't. Like,
first-hand
you're
accounts of
missing
World War
something here,
One.
dog. Like I don't.
Well,
Anything that I
wait,
haven't personally
Darko,
like
to be
experienced
fair,
or
you
gone
and
through,
Effigy
I'm not
have
necessarily
different
sure.
stances here, and I'm responding to both of you here, right? And whenever I respond to Effigy with something that hits hard, you come in with the I don't.
You literally
I
just
didn't
responded
say
to me
that.
by name.
And when I hit you with something, Effigy comes in with his side. So like either you both are like gonna take the same side or respond accordingly.
Oh, gotcha. Cool. My bad. I can drop off the panel if that's more convenient.
No, I didn't say you have to drop off. I said if you guys are doing different arguments, don't expect me to argue only one argument. Damn, rage quit? Soft.
So, Effigy, I have a question for you. Would a miracle convince you? Some type of miracle that you've experienced personally?
I don't know. Depends, right?
Asking you, you tell me.
I don't know, man. If the miracle is like a banana appears on my counter, maybe not. But like I said, I can't tell you what would convince me. But what I do know in the context of y'all's argument is that if a God is real and he has the characteristics that you have provided him, then that God would absolutely know what would convince me. So, well, I don't know why I even have to think about it because
You're assuming that God wants to convince you.
Sure.
Would God
No,
want to convince
I'm
you?
not assuming that God wants to. I'm assuming that it's possible.
He would
If
have to
God-
want to do it.
Yeah, well, that's the entire premise of the scenario, right? Is God is showing up to convince me. You're asking me what would God have to do to convince me? Well, if God wanted to convince me, God could convince me in a heartbeat, right? Anybody admits that's possible, right? Like if there's anyone that would know the one thing to do or show me to convince me of this premise, it would be your God. So
Yeah, I
don't
believe
have
that
to.
Effigy. Yeah, no. That's no problem. I believe that Effigy. My problem is I'm asking you what would convince you because I think that you saying that you remain unconvinced means that there is some type of method you take to discern it from the truth. So I'm asking you to tell me what you would accept as evidence for God. Don't just say, well, someone else would know, so who
I
cares?
mean, it would have to be
You
like
also
I have a
know, and
really
that's a
skeptical
cop
mind,
out.
so it would have to be
No,
something
that's
like
a cop
completely
out.
reality
That's
breaking.
a cop out. I just
I'm
want you to
answering
tell
you right
me,
now.
based
I'm
off
literally
your
answering
method
you.
of getting to the
Cool. I'll
truth.
answer you if you shut the fuck up for a second.
Well, I
It would
would
have
shut
to be
up if you didn't
something.
interrupt me.
It would have to be something really like straight reality breaking, right? Like something so intensely real and unreal at the same time that I could discern it as real yet separate from the most intense drug trip that I've been on. You know, like it would have to be something beyond my wildest imagination, right? And that's as
So
far
a
as I can take it.
miracle.
And I'm being completely honest when I say that. I can't perfectly describe to you because everything in my mind would be something that I could try to explain with reality. Like if the burning bush occurred in front of me, I could try to explain that away. Like, oh, maybe there's a gas leak, or oh, maybe it's just really dried out bush, or But if something like incredibly intensely bigger than my imagination happens to me, and I can perceive that it's real, sure, then I would definitely question. But that's as far as I can take it. I can't give you an exact scenario. It'd be like, well, if God showed up with my dead grandparents and was like, you see, bud, like, I don't know.
So you're using things based off of like the laws of Earth and our universe to say that it's unconvincing and it's more likely that God doesn't exist, but you would need something that is not logical to convince you. Like just to be, I just want to make sure I got that right. Because like that's why I'm asking you this, because I know you're clearly have a method of something in your head that you say, okay, this is what I know. I don't believe it because of, and that's what I'm trying to get to, the because of, and then maybe we would know what would convince you. And good morning, Shiva.
Good morning. I hope you're all well. Am I edible?
Oh, hey, Shiva.
A little low, actually. Let me see.
I have a very unsatisfying answer to that question.
No, you're zoomed up for me, so you got to turn yourself up on yourself.
All right.
I'm down to hear the answer.
On voice meter. Is that better?
A little bit. Is it good for you guys?
Still low.
All right. Hang on a sec. Let me turn up the gain on the interface. I don't like doing that though, because then if I turn it up too much,
I don't know if I exist, let alone if God exists. So
it's interesting, this conversation. What would it take to convince you? Because you know what it would take to convince me? God appearing in front of me, and He does that throughout the Old Testament several times. So He can do it, right?
So like it would just be God appearing in front of you?
Well, now I've been reading Genesis. I've just started
being
Exodus.
cheeky.
Now in Genesis, I think God only appears in front of Adam and Eve. And I think there's one instance where three men appear before Abraham, and one of them is thought to be God because he's referred to as Lord. Generally, it's I'm guessing it's going to be some manifestation of Jesus, which is often referenced as the angel of the Lord or the Word of God that actually appears before people, isn't it?
The thing about this argument, he's appeared less than a dozen times. You really think you're that important that he's going to appear to you to prove that he exists? I don't understand that argument.
Yes.
Well, like, so you brought up when he appears to Abraham.
Yeah.
It's in the form of three men.
Yeah,
so like,
that's right. Yeah.
How do you know that God wasn't revealed to you? in the form of something else, right? So like
Well,
that's the
if
thing
we-
when you're talking about God's appearances in the Bible, when he reveals himself, it's glimpses. It's not
Well, yeah, but
God,
he identifies himself,
right? Jesus is God, and that's the embodiment of God coming down and saying. That's why Jesus says, "No man has seen God unless through me."
Right? Yeah. Because in the Old Testament, that's why it's
Or it's the
always
Father. Sorry, but yeah,
yeah,
keep going.
yeah. So people tend not to see God directly, except for Adam and Eve, and for maybe Abraham, if one of the three men was actually God, and generally it's the word of God that appears in the Old Testament, right? But I mean, it's essentially the same answer that I've always given, right? Some kind of personal experience of God that I could not explain any other way as being a personal experience of God.
I'm muted, of course. Can you repeat that last part for me? You're still a little low, so I'm trying to make sure I hear it all.
Oh damn it! Let me unplug and replug the mic back in. Hang on a sec.
All right, that'll probably fix it.
How are we now? Still low.
Same.
Yeah, pretty low. Yeah.
God damn it! Fucking Windows.
And Darko rage quit again. I just gotta point that out. I have to.
I wouldn't really call that a rage quit. And he just decided to leave.
Effigy White Knight for his boy.
Oh, there just has to be rage involved, right?
The tribalism is showing, Effigy.
No, to tell you the truth, the first time I think he actually thought you were telling him to shut the fuck up or get off, basically.
I don't think. I mean, he's
have
been
just
up here
misunderstood.
before. He knows how it gets over here.
All right, I don't know if that's done any better, and I'm cranked up to maximum on voice meter, so
It's a little bit better.
Yeah, it is actually a little bit better now. Yeah.
I'll just try to be louder.
Are you gonna blame us for waking up, David?
No, he's awake. He's.
Oh, okay. There you go.
I have to say, I am quite enjoying reading the Bible as a narrative. Although, the list of offspring does make my eyes glaze over somewhat.
There's nothing doing those days but fuck, Shiva.
Too many kids.
Yeah, and I don't need to know the names of all of them.
Yeah. And it sucks when your kids are living for hundreds of years.
Yes.
So are you. That's wild. We believe in we get to be with her, or hopefully with all our children for eternity. So yeah, hundreds of years ain't shit.
Procreate.
Well, what if your family's annoying?
Yeah.
Oh, hope those ones don't get there. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, but if they're not sinners and they accept Jesus into their heart and they're annoying, they're still going to heaven, right?
Oh, that's okay. I love them even if they're annoying.
But would you like them?
Well, God never said I have to like everyone. He said I have to love everyone, okay?
So yeah, what I was saying was, what would convince me is the same argument. It's the same kind of position that I think I've stated a few times on here. Some sort of personal experience of God that I couldn't interpret any other way as a personal experience of God.
Yeah.
And
But don't you
But
think,
you
though?
understand it also, like, so when that, like, when your requirement of faith is to test the power of God himself, this is actually a sin. You're
Right.
actually doing what the Bible tells you not to do, right? To say,
Well, I haven't
like, the
got to
only
that
way
bit
I'm
yet.
going to believe you is if you show me your power.
No. Well, I mean, if just demonstrating that you exist is showing me power.
Well,
yeah.
so that's the thing. I would disagree with you that he doesn't demonstrate that he exists. I just think that your requirement for his demonstration is what is looked at as a sin in the Bible. It's the whole thing with, like, when Jesus and the devil are on top of the mountain, and the devil says, "Well, you're the son of God. If you do this, it'll be like this." And he said, "No, it was written this." Right? Because, like, it's the devil trying to test the power of God, and Jesus explaining that that's not how it goes. You know,
Yeah,
like, you can't just
but
do
then it
that.
sort of seems to me that I've been put into an unfair bind, right? Because my nature seems to be to doubt claims. Like that just seems to be part of my psychological makeup.
Yeah,
Someone
we definitely,
says
like, that's
something.
your rational. I
Yeah.
don't think that's actually against you believing. I think that's a part of you having faith, right? Faith requires evidence.
Right. So the evidence isn't sufficient to conquer my doubt, right? So then it seems
And
like
how
then
much,
what's
like, do you think you've really looked into it, or just from
I've
what you're
probably
saying, like, what you've learned?
I mean, easy. To be fair, I think I've probably looked into it more than a lot of people who call themselves Christians, just
Right.
by
I find
virtue of the
that
fact.
most atheists, especially ones who are going to speak like publicly about things like this, usually have looked into these things a lot more than a lot of people who would call themselves believers.
And I'm not, counting any of you, because, I'm not saying that I've looked into it
No,
more
and
than you,
I don't
but
disagree. Like, Jubilee is a good example. When they had one atheist versus 20 Christians, and the people that they had on there, I was like, what is this? Like, this, what is going on here? Like, they didn't know anything they were talking about. They started talking about, like, feelings and shit, and I was like, why is this the people that they have here right now? Like, what? Like, I'm not saying there isn't, of course, atheists that have studied more of the Bible. You know, again, in the Bible, it tells you, that that's the whole, referring back to the battle on the mountain. The devil's gonna know the scripture better than you, right?
Right.
Like, we're taught that from the Bible. So, like, of course, it makes sense that people who want to fight against the Bible tend to uh, learn a lot of it to twist it. And I'm not saying that's what you're
Yeah.
doing. I'm saying that there is a lot of, like, I've watched a lot, especially recently, again, because I just like looking at how the atheists argue certain things, and, like, I've been watching a lot of, like, Matt Dillahunty again, and, like,
Right.
dude's just like a straight demon. Like, he just, like, hates Christians. Like it's not like he's always, like, tries to come off as like he wants to have some, like, actual discussion and a revelation about God, but all he's doing is just taking things out of context, and he's completely bad faith.
But it's like, it seems to me that that's kind of unfair.
I disagree with that completely, considering Matt was actually in seminary to become a preacher, and that's when he, like, became an atheist. Like, I think he comes at it with extremely good faith. He definitely gets heated like a lot of atheists do, but definitely can't argue that he doesn't know his stuff.
No, I didn't say no. I didn't say he doesn't know it. No. I mean he takes it out of context. He knows the scriptures, of course. He refers to them all the time. He knows them, and like you said, he was gonna be a fucking pastor, but
I think in this case the word context is completely and utterly subjective when arguing in religious context.
Like, can you give me an
What do you
example
mean?
of him being bad faith with?
I mean,
regards
when
to
you take
scripture?
like religious passages and try to link them to others and try to give like these kind of contexts for it, and this is what it means. Like a lot of it comes down to being arbitrary because we weren't there during that time and don't know the actual context in which all of it was written. Like when people say like prophecies are about now, when they might have actually just been about the political context that those people were in at that time.
okay, so for like an example, Shiva, I can think of like recently someone tried to like run the cosmological argument on him, and when they were doing it, he asked at the end, like, do you know of any better explanation for the universe coming into existence? And like
Right.
before he could even finish the sentence, he starts going, "Stop fucking asking me questions. I don't need to have a better fucking example." And then the guy was like, "Okay, I'm not saying you need to have a better example. He's saying this. He's saying that this is my reason. This is one of the evidences for God." And then he said, "This isn't an evidence." And the guy tried to explain to him evidences and the definition of evidences, and the guy wouldn't let him. Just wouldn't let him fucking explain it. And it's like it's bad
Okay.
faith when you're saying you're coming at this as a to have a genuine discussion or debate, but you won't let the other person make their argument. That doesn't seem genuine.
I mean, Matt Dillahunty's been debating like more than weekly for like more than 15 years. I'm sure it's easy to find like any debate where he's been a complete shithead to someone he's talking to. So
Well,
I mean,
yeah,
I think,
sure.
I
Maybe he's
think-
like annoyed and he doesn't like doing it anymore or something, or he's just been doing it for so long.
Could
He's just
be.
an asshole about it now. But then do something else, dude. It's not like that seems bad faith, right?
See, the issue is like there are other explanations equally as valid in my view. Like, for instance, the view that the universe is eternal is just as sound and as valid as the view that there is an eternal being that caused everything. Right? Do I believe either of them? No, not really. But it's like there are other. I mean, so this like the cosmological argument. It's like it's not the kind of slam dunk that I think that theists kind of think it is.
Well, so the thing is that science. This is the thing. A lot of people, especially atheists,
Right.
believe that science shows that there is a beginning to the universe.
Certainly seems that way, yeah. But it
Right.
doesn't say anything about before the Big Bang, right?
Right. So that's what I'm saying. Like that
Right,
everything that comes into existence, we know that it has a cause.
Well, we don't know that, but let's grant it.
Well, what do you mean we don't know that, sorry?
Because we don't know what happened.
Because when
before
we
the Big
reach
Bang.
that point of the beginning of the universe, physics breaks down.
Like, so there's a
things can start to happen when we get to that point that in our like universal sense don't make sense in a way. And there are other theories that the beginning of the universe spawned from another universe, right? There's a ton of like scientific possibilities that are never taken into account, and it's just like, well, I discount Big Bang, therefore God, a lot of times. And when sometimes the most honest answer about the beginning of the universe is simply we don't know for sure. And that just kind of irks people who need certainty in their beliefs.
Well, yeah, but it's kind of weird that you like have such a faith in that belief
Well,
that
it's provisional.
we
Is it
came
weird
from
that you have
nothing.
such faith in literally the entirety of life that we have that's built around science in the last like 150 years? Is it weird that I have faith that my car is going to start in the morning? You know, is it weird that I have faith that my computer is going to boot up when I hit the button? Like,
No, I didn't say any of those were weird. What?
I'd agree with you. I have faith in the Big Bang, but that faith is provisional. Like, if there's some scientific theory that
Right, that's what I was
comes
trying to
along
say.
tomorrow that conclusively demonstrates that the our view of the Big Bang has been entirely wrong, then I would drop the Big Bang view, right?
Okay, so you would have to have so so that would make you have faith.
Faith in the sense that we're talking about something. Well, I suppose it would be somewhat different. Like at the moment, I suppose I'd be willing to accept that I have provisional faith that the Big Bang was a process that occurred, right? Because we can't see. There's a certain point back in time beyond which we can't see because matter is so dense so as to render the universe entirely opaque. So we just don't know what's going on there, right? Like what happened at the very
right,
kind of
it's not just
beginnings.
math that gives us the theory of the Big Bang. It's actual like visual evidence and physical evidence of the universe.
Yeah. But if say for instance, like someone came up with some method that allowed us to see past that point in back in time, right? Then my knowledge base would change, right? And this has kind of happened throughout history. People have had views about the nature of the universe. We've discovered something new about the nature of the universe, and so the prevailing view of the nature of the universe has changed.
I think it's necessarily true that a lot of the things that we hold as true right now in the next 100 years will be proven to
Wrong.
either be
Yeah.
only partially true or completely wrong. I mean, that's just the nature of gaining knowledge.
I mean, look, there's a current hypothesis that there may be an as yet undiscovered fifth fundamental force of nature due to how muons interact with magnetic fields. And we kind of don't know what that is, right? But there's this phenomena that we observe where muons have too much quantum spin when they enter magnetic fields. So something's operating on the muon, right? Like our understanding of the universe is was it Isaac Newton who said that he sometimes felt like a child who's picking up a pebble off a beach, and I'm horribly misquoting him here, who picks up a pebble off a beach because it's kind of shiny and interesting, and there's an entire ocean of like things that he doesn't know. You know, and I think he was one of the first, if not the first people to propose that stars might be objects like our sun that are just very, very far away.
You're wrong, Sheba. Stars are just big balls of God's love.
Are they mutually exclusive, Effigy?
I actually like the kind of current prevailing theory that's starting to gain a lot of traction, and seems like a lot of people in the theoretical physics community are kind of like starting to lean toward, which is the idea that universes are basically all inside black holes.
Yeah, I've come across
That's
that.
a crazy theory. You know what? Actually, I've heard of the theory that universes are actually just all in goats' assholes. So if you go look into a goat's asshole, you might find a universe. Like what kind of fucking stupid fucking theory is that? Like that
Well,
like
is that wait? How is that
It's
crazier than an
genuinely
eternal
not when
being
you
that
take
creates the
into
universe?
account like the description of the interior of the event horizon of a black hole and what the edges of our universe are described as. Like there are some similarities there. There's a lot of similarities apparently in the math, even though that's above my head. But the idea would be that every fundamental bit of stuff that created our universe would have been something that was sucked through a black hole from a previous one. And it basically just forms a cycle of breaking through like dimensional barriers and forming more universes.
you don't believe that, right?
I mean, it's just a theory right now. Like there's not really too much evidence to completely back it, but it's one of the competing theories for where all this came from.
I might teach myself.
I mean, it's funny that you would laugh at it when you guys offer nothing better than like God pooped this place into existence. Like, so I don't really see how that's any more like laughable than anything else.
Yeah, I mean, it's it's like I was saying about the eternal universe. It's kind of equally as believable, right?
Right. I mean, there was a theory that the universe basically just expands and contracts infinitely. Like there's all kinds of theories about why we are here. Some of them just have more evidence than the others.
There's a hypothesis that was proposed by I think he might have been Swedish physicist called I think it's Alphason, who he had this idea that the Big Bang never happened, and that the universe is probably eternal, and that it's organized along structures that are analogous to plasma formation, but on a much larger scale. I think his view has been widely kind of discredited among the physics community, but yeah.
Shiva,
So
don't you think?
oh sorry, go
Go
ahead, Golden Baba, go ahead.
I was just going to ask you. I mean, you realize that the amount of data. I mean, everything that you believe is based on observables, right? So you believe in the Big Bang, but we're
Only
basically
provisionally.
taking right. So we're basically taking that based on observables that we're capturing mostly from here, right? Now we have the James Webb Telescope. We're making even more discoveries that are starting to kind of poke holes in that theory. So the further we expand out, you know, with our observables, just observing stuff from here is pretty limited. So the idea that you're putting all this faith in this is kind of not. I mean, how is that any better than anything else we're talking about?
I'm not
We
saying
don't what faith, right?
Well, hang on, yeah, and let's be clear. Like I keep saying, it's provisional. Like it's not. I'm not attached to the Big Bang theory.
Don't say that we believe things in science the way you believe things in religion. It's not true.
And it's also a fact that we're never going to be able to see the entire universe, right, due to the speed of light. Like that's a hard limit. The universe appears to have expanded beyond what we can ever perceive, and so therefore all we can really draw inferences from is the observable universe, which is not the same thing as the entire universe.
Observable from here, yes.
Yeah, or from wherever we are. Yeah, but that because the rate of expansion seems to be like, I think it's speeding up, and I'm not a physicist, so I might have gotten that wrong, but because the redshift is increasing, it seems like we are never going to be able to see beyond a certain point.
I could give you an example of how we could do it if we figured out faster than light travel and we
Well, yeah,
deployed Van Neumann probes all across what we observe
maybe.
now, that would give us a much larger picture of what's going on.
But we're kind of entering into the realms of like Star Trek here, right? Right.
Of course.
You know,
All I'm saying is that you're right.
My belief in the Big Bang, it's
Yeah.
not like a hard and fast thing. Like
I
I'm
hope
not a
not.
physicist, right? So
Yeah.
So when scientists say, well, we've observed this, and so this is a hypothesis that we're drawing from our observation, because I have no reason to disbelieve them other than they might be wrong. If a whole bunch of scientists generally tend to hold a consensus, then I'm probably just going to go with the consensus. And if you want to say that's an appeal to authority, then I'd respond, yep, it is. But I'm not a physicist, so like
It's not an appeal to authority fallacy when it's an actual authority.
Yeah.
Are you a pessimist, Shiva? Generally?
Am I a pessimist?
Yeah, generally.
What do you mean?
In your life.
Shiva's
As
a
in, do I
fucking ray
think
of
bad
sunshine.
things- Do I think bad things are going to happen in the future?
No, I'm saying, which way do you lean? You wake up every morning grateful for another day, happy, or is it the opposite?
Are those the only two options?
Well, we're using extreme examples just for the argument. I mean, give me an alternative if you have one.
Yeah, the middle way. Neither grasping after pleasure nor pushing things towards rejecting that which we have aversion for.
And that's your default, or did you have to do work to get there?
No, I had to work to get there.
Okay, so what's your default as you were born?
Shiva wakes
Well,
up, sighs, and says, another day of existential suffering.
Yes, that's what I think. That's what I think. That's what I think.
I mean, it's my default is, I mean, I suppose I've been a Buddhist for a long time. I've engaged in Buddhist meditation for a long time, and that tends to reprogram the software in your mind, right? So, am I a pessimist? No. I would this might be like a bit of an oxymoron. I would describe myself as an irritable optimist.
Okay. So do you experience awe?
Do I experience awe? Yeah, sometimes. Although not if
Well, it's not conditional on ideology.
Yeah,
right?
True.
Not if by awe you mean divinely inspired fear.
How do you experience it?
So, like, for example, I can be walking down the road and looking at someone's front garden as I'm walking past their house, and the three-dimensionality of flowers can produce a sense of awe. I can be sitting on a cushions in front of a Buddha statue, watching the gaps in my breath, and there can be a kind of sense of awe and elation and kind of bliss that arises out of that. I can be walking down the road and there can be a thunderstorm, and we get some pretty cool thunderstorms over here in England. That can be awe-inspiring, right? But I don't ascribe a kind of divine presence to that.
There's no meaning beyond the moment for you, right?
There's no meaning beyond the moment.
Yeah, beyond your experience of the moment.
Can you say that using different words? Because I don't understand what you mean.
You don't think any deeper than your sensory inputs.
I don't think any deeper than my sense.
Yeah, you're not ascribing any meaning to why it's there. You don't care. You're experiencing it, and it's good enough.
Now that's that's an entire straw man. If I didn't think about things, and if I didn't care about what I was thinking about, I wouldn't be on this fucking panel, would I?
Okay,
With the
so when you think
universe.
about it, where does it take you then?
Quite often it leads. I wrote an essay recently about
Oh God, Shiva's essay.
Yeah.
On your
You have
Substack?
5 hours to waste. Go read it.
It's not 5 hours. Fucking 40 minutes. Be fair. Come on. I mean, it might take 5 hours if
I
you're
kept
actually
having to
gonna
take breaks. Sorry.
if you're going to take each point in and really turn it over. It was about how we kind of know what we know. And the conclusion that I came to was that in an ultimate sense, knowledge is empty. Like it has no intrinsic basis or even intrinsic existence. But it doesn't matter. Like, I don't need to know that water boils at 100 degrees Celsius or 212 degrees Fahrenheit, as long as I can make a cup of tea, and that I'm willing to accept things as being true as a matter of convention, because I have to. I don't really have a choice in the matter. If I want to make a cup of tea, I just have to accept that the cup is going to hold the liquid, that the water is going to boil, that when I put the water on the tea leaves, they will infuse in a certain way.
Okay.
In terms of, do I ascribe meaning? It sort of depends. Yes, I do ascribe meaning to things that are beyond sensory experience, but because I'm a Buddhist, that tends to be framed in a Buddhist way. So if I'm on a retreat and I'm my awareness is sharpened, then I can, like, my experience, my moment to moment experience can be very different from the kind of workaday, Shiva moment to moment experience. And like, I tend not to try and explain that. I just accept it when it happens, and I accept it when it passes.
Right.
It's kind of difficult to put into words. Like, it's difficult. It's a bit like, it's difficult trying to explain a dream to someone or trying to explain an acid trip to someone, because these are like really subjective experiences. Similarly, it's difficult to try and explain bliss that arises out of meditation to someone. Like, it's difficult to kind of explain that.
Sure.
And there's an aspect of it which is kind of beyond language. Like language is inadequate to capture the spirit of that experience.
I just think that if you did experience, if God did perform a miracle right in front of you, you might not even look at it that way. Or you might not even see it.
That could very well be true. In which case, I would put that on God, right? Because as Epige said earlier, being omnipotent and being omniscient, God would know.
He would know. Yeah, he would know.
Convince me, right?
Shiva, talk again.
Hello, it's me, your
Oh,
friendly
much better.
neighborhood Shiva.
I fixed it. I just had to turn on your echo cancellation and it made you louder.
Oh, right, okay. Does that mean I can turn down my gain on? Am I clipping?
I mean, you
hard
sound
now?
good now, so you don't need to turn it down.
All right, fair enough. Buddhist are limp dicks, worthless existence mongers, says John Castle. Oh dear, I would refer you to there's a book that I really like called Forest Recollections by Kamala Tianovich, and it's about the experiences of Thai Tudong monks who lived in Thailand at the kind of turn of the 20th century.
I was about to say there are some pretty fucked up Buddhists in history, man.
Yeah, those guys were fucking
Some really
hardcore.
fucked up Buddhists in history.
They were hard fucking core. Like, so to the extent where like that there are stories of like when they're on their Tudong, which is where you go into the jungle with nothing but your robe, bag with your begging bowl in it,
Nothing but your tudong.
and a mosquito net, right? And then you fell ill. The kind of master's response would be, rather than saying, "Oh, you poor thing, there," they'd be like, "Well, you're not engaging with your practice hard enough. Do better."
Huh.
Tudong. I'll just type it in chat. Tudong. There we go.
So, I was gonna ask too. Well, I guess I know where you guys, Shiva and Effigy, would stand. So, like, because like the title here I have is atheism more logical than theism, right? And I'm guessing, well, I know at least Effigy has been around while I've talked about it before. I think actually Shiva has too. Now that I'm thinking about it, but so like you guys, know the transcendental argument for God,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. Are we going to tag it up now?
Well, I would like kind of just like what do you like, what's your answer to this argument, like about like so like do you like starting with like, do you already agree that logical absolutes exist?
As concepts.
Well, conceptual realities.
Conceptual realities. I mean, if by conceptual reality you mean something that occurs in the mind, then yes.
Well, no. So like,
No, the worst thing about tag is that it
Oh.
assumes the premise that it wants to prove. It assumes that the Christian God can be the only precondition for intelligibility.
no,
biggest
like,
assumption.
are they conceptual by nature?
What do you mean? Like the laws of logic relate to propositions, right?
Well, well, no, like the laws, the logical absolutes, like the law of identity, law of non-contradiction, law of excluded middle, right?
They're all about propositions.
But
I've also, as you know, I've
So-
argued sometimes that they're properties of
but
the
they're
universe.
are they always true?
Are they always true? It seems that way, yeah.
Okay, so and it doesn't matter. They're not dependent on time.
In the sense of a proper.
Yeah,
they're
they
about
they don't stop being true dependent on time. If we travel 1 billion years into the future or into the past, the logical absolutes are still true, right?
Probably, yeah.
Okay, and is it dependent on space? Does it matter where you are? If we travel 1 million light years in a different direction, are the logical absolutes still true?
Probably, yeah.
Okay, so it's not dependent on space. Are they dependent on people?
Yes.
Wait, if it's a property of the universe, it would be dependent on space. 'Cause you'd have
Well,
to be
yeah.
inside the
I was
universe.
just going to let that go, Effigy.
Okay, sorry.
Well, traveling 1 million light years in a direction, you'd still be in the universe. It's not dependent on the space you're in. You knew what I meant. You're trying to slip that one in, Effigy. I'll let that go. It's okay. But you think it is that they are dependent on people?
Well, yeah, because I think they're an axiomatic framework, like grammar. We don't ask what grounds grammar, right? We
So,
just
like,
use it. It works.
yeah, but like, so like people's minds are different, obviously, right? And like,
Yep.
what one person considers to be absolute may not be what other considers to be absolute. Do you agree?
Right. I mean, yeah.
So therefore, logical absolutes can't be a product of human contradictory minds.
It depends on whether you view them as descriptive or prescriptive, right? And it's like you seem to be arguing that they're prescriptive.
Yeah, you agree. Wait a minute. You agree that they're absolutely true, right?
When actually, what I said was probably.
Okay. Well, so you don't have a stance on it. It maybe not.
My stance is that the laws of logic relate to propositions and to things within propositions, and that to kind of assert that and my view is that they're an axiomatic framework for thinking about things, and that
with the laws. Okay, let me ask you it in a different way. Would the logical absolutes cease to exist if people cease to exist?
I suppose you're asking me, would the laws of logic cease to exist? I think so.
Yeah, the logical absolutes, like the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of excluded middle.
Yeah, because
the laws disappear, but the things they describe as descriptions of properties of the universe wouldn't.
Yeah. But the law of identity requires human beings to formulate it and express it, right? Because it's an axiomatic framework.
But wait, you need human beings to express it. I'm not asking about expressing it though. I'm asking about, is it true? Like, are the logical absolutes subjective to people's minds, or are they absolutely true?
Oh no, they're not subjective to them, but they're dependent upon them.
So they're not
in the same way. In the same way that the rules of chess are, right? Or grammar, the rules of grammar. Like, are the rules of grammar absolute?
The rules of grammar, are they absolute? Yeah. Actually, yeah. I don't think that's a good one, because like grammar's been different throughout time. What do you mean?
Well, so has logic. There are logic systems.
No, so wait. So there was let's bring it back real quick. Right. So there was a time that a cloud is a cloud and is a rock.
That's not what the law of identity is. Sorry, you are mischaracterizing what the law of identity is. It's not about objects in the universe. It's about propositions and elements of the proposition. So like it's like this occurred to me a while ago. I think there's a kind of sleight of hand that's taking place where either, and I'm not
cloud be what it is and not what it is at the same time.
Can a cloud be what it is and not what it is at the same time?
Yes.
No, but that's not what the law of identity relates to.
Wait, yes it does. Wait, what?
Okay, so we've got three axiomatic laws, right?
Does the cloud have attributes and a nature?
Yes.
Okay, so again, can it be something else and that at the same time?
Can it be something else and that at the same time? No.
Okay, so then you're with me. A cloud is a cloud, not a rock. A fish is a fish. It's not a tank. You know.
But that's not what the law of identity is about.
Wait, that is what it is. What are you talking about?
Okay.
Something is what it is and isn't what it is not. That is the law of identity.
Okay, in
But
propositions.
to claim what it is, you have to have a conceptual framework, and that's what the laws are allowing us to navigate, is the conceptual framework we're overlaying onto reality. Well, I probably am one of the ones that help confuse this, because while I say that they are descriptions of reality, they are describing things that we don't have words for, because we're using the descriptions to form this axiomatic framework for dealing with propositions, talking about things. It's
Right. So
kind of a layer
logic is a
removed.
process of the mind, and logical absolutes provides the framework for those logical thought processes. Right.
Right. I mean, look,
Therefore, right.
from a
Therefore,
Buddhist perspective,
logical absolutes are conceptual by nature. Right.
right, and concepts depend on minds.
So they're not.
Yeah.
No. Conceptual by nature.
Conceptual
it's
by
not
nature.
by the human mind. Conceptual by nature.
What do you like in a kind of Platonic way?
Wait, is it? Do you not know what that means?
You think concepts exist outside of a mind?
Yeah, that's what the law. Yes, that's what the laws of. That's what the laws of the three laws of logic are. They're conceptual by nature.
Yeah, no, I disagree with that.
Yeah, I disagree.
Because we're sort of getting into the realm of
we created
Platonism.
the concepts.
Right?
To
Okay, you
describe
disagree,
things.
but no argument. You're just saying I disagree, or why do you?
It's a contradiction in
explain
terms.
how it is.
All right, what is a concept?
Wait, what? You're asking me a question. I just told you to explain it. Just explain it.
Yeah, I'm doing that by because it seems to me that you've said that the laws of logic are that one, they're absolute, two, that they're conceptual, and three, that they're external to minds. And it seems like two of those things, being concepts and being external to minds, well, that seems contradictory to me, because minds are concepts are. It seems to me inherent.
It's self-definitional. The word concept implies a mind.
Yeah. That's why I'm asking you to tell me what a concept is, if it's external to a mind.
Yeah, it's conceptual by nature. When you say when you say that it means that it's by the mind, do you think we created it?
Yes.
Oh, so we didn't discover that the laws of logic, we created it.
I mean, either
Is that
or.
what you're going with?
Well, yeah, because my view is that things like mathematics or logic or grammar, these are all axiomatic frameworks, right? They're like rule sets that we've come up with for helping us to think about and navigate the universe.
Right. Whereas we have the concept of one, and I can have one pen or one rock, but the concept of one doesn't like overlay directly from reality in that. It's a concept we're using as a framework to describe things in reality.
Okay, our lot. So, okay, so let me see if I can. If you're saying that logical absolutes are not conceptual by nature, then explain what they are if they're not if it's not a conceptual reality.
I'm
like if you
I'm not going to speak for Epigee, but I haven't denied that the laws of logic are conceptual
by nature.
I know, yeah, I'd agree with that. They are conceptual by nature because they're mind dependent. Agreed.
Wait, if they're conceptual by nature, no, they're not dependent.
Do you mean that they have some kind of
idea that represents
intrinsic
something
essence?
in a mind? Like that's what a concept is.
So they're dependent on physical existence?
I mean, if they're not dependent upon physical existence, then the idea of them having any sort of nature becomes incoherent, right? If there's nothing like physical stuff has to exist.
You can find the logical absolutes like in atoms or in like under a rock. Can you take a picture of a logical absolute?
No, because they're conceptual. They're an axiomatic framework. They're a form of language.
Okay, so but you already agreed that they would exist without the human mind. So that you also agree that they don't depend on the human mind.
What?
We
just said the exact opposite of that.
No, earlier when I asked you about the nature of a cloud, right. The attributes of a cloud, is the law of identity absolutely true with us not being here? That's
okay,
what I asked you. You said yes.
Okay, no, it isn't. Here's why. Partly, it depends on what scale that you're looking at it, right? If you're, let's assume that, and this is going to be a crazy hypothetical, but just run with me here. Let's assume that there's a species of being that are subatomic, and they are inside a cloud, right? Are they going to, and let's also assume that they have laws of logic. Are they going to be, or let's assume that they're molecular in size, right? So they can see chains of atoms strung together. In their view, are they going to refer to the cloud in the same way that you do? I would argue that they would not. So saying that the laws of logic hold,
the same word,
or the same concept even, but to argue that the laws of logic would hold no matter where we went, I would agree with that. But part of that argument is we are going there, right? And even if we're not going there physically, we are still the ones thinking about events that might be happening 400 billion light years away or 1,000 million years into the future. So yeah, on the conventional level, a cloud is a cloud. But from the Madhyamaka perspective, like a cloud has no intrinsic existence.
Well, cloud is still concept, right?
Yeah, it's conventionally
based on how light refracts on a thing and we see it. Like, so they're all concepts. And that's what it boils down to, is that everything that we have conceptually is basically trying to describe physical reality. It's not like a one-to-one. It's all descriptions at its heart.
Okay, so you guys just think that, just to be clear, the logical absolutes would not exist without the human mind.
I think they're a sort of language that we use.
I
think the properties of the universe that evoke them exist, but they are concepts that we have to use.
Is that right? Wait. Well, that would exist?
Well, no. The fact that reality exists in the way it does is where we derive these concepts from.
Okay, so they're conceptual by nature. Thank you. Concept.
The word concept means mind dependent. So no matter what you say,
no.
You say the word concept.
Yes, thank you.
No
thank you. Yes, it mind. does. It does. Just not our mind. Not our mind.
Yeah, and you have at no point proven that a mind is
without your mind here. That those concepts would still be a fucking thing. That's what I'm trying to get at here.
No, they wouldn't.
But you don't want to bite.
Concepts are
you
not
don't want
a
to
thing.
admit that you don't need your mind here, right? Far long after Speakeasy and Effigy exists on this planet, right? Far long after that, a rock will always be a fucking rock. If people call it a fucking clown nose, it'll still be what we know as a rock. It's still the fucking truth, the absolute truth.
Yeah,
of it.
you're just describing a property of reality.
Conceptual
and we
by
create laws of
nature.
logic to be able to speak about those concepts. Like the laws of logic are dependent on us talking. Like the actual physical reality is a separate
it's
thing.
not dependent on us talking. No, that's
Yes, they are.
no.
They're
It's not.
at their heart, the actual
Capitalism.
laws in this
Capitalism as
system
a
called
concept.
logic
Laws,
is about
laws
language and how
that
they
we
talk.
have here in America as a concept would cease to exist without the human mind, not the laws of logic. Do you understand the difference between those concepts? Not
Yes.
all concepts.
Yes, I do, and I'm separating them
by nature. That's the difference between these concepts and a concept in general. Do you
So
understand?
you're kind of arguing for like okay, like I get that you're arguing for God, but it's like you're kind of also expressing like Platonic ideal, right? Like that there's a realm.
I'm explaining that the logical absolutes are proof in themselves for God.
No.
Yeah, no.
No.
What the fuck?
like once again, not even getting past like the problems we have with the disconnect between the laws themselves and reality.
You think
we
that, no,
we haven't even gotten to the point that I was trying to say five. No,
it's you want to lie.
No, I'm not lying at all, because then we get to the second part where you have to show to me how a mind is possible without a brain, and that comes down. That's the whole thing. Like mind
I have
dependent.
to show you that?
Yes, because all this all boils down to you saying things are coming from the mind of God.
Yeah.
So show me a mind that can exist without a brain for your argument to make any kind of sense.
I have to show you a mind without a brain?
Yes. Because as far as we know on this planet, minds are brain dependent.
Oh, okay. Well, you just a second ago tried to say that the laws of logic are also brain dependent, but clearly you were wrong, didn't you?
No, I tried to describe what I was talking about.
Yeah, but you were wrong. The laws of logic are absolute and not dependent on the human mind.
The laws
Well,
of
then
logic
you
are
need to
conceptual
demonstrate
framework for
that.
language. The things they
What the
describe
fuck?
as far as properties of the
When
universe
you
are
say
just
they
parts of the
describe
reality.
reality, you're just giving me that you're just saying what I'm saying in a different wording. It's conceptual by nature, right?
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm not going to speak for Effigy, but I'm agreeing with you. The laws of logic are conceptual by nature. Agreed.
Yes, so was I.
Yeah.
I'm agreeing with that too, but I'm just saying that there are parts of reality that we are using the laws that we derive them from. But at their heart, they are a framework for language.
They're a framework for language.
Yes, the way we use logic itself. Yeah.
But they're not dependent
can you utilize
on our
logic
mind.
without language? Like, as far as like the linguistic framework? Is that what you're talking when you're saying a thing can't be a thing? You're talking about using words to describe things.
No, I even said earlier I was talking about its physical attribute. Like you just don't. So
no, I get it. I've argued that side before, but I think there is a separation. I think
the physical properties
reality
of
is
a
reality,
rock,
and it has properties.
The physical properties of a rock, can that be a cloud too?
Both of those things are concepts you have to have before you ask that question.
Oh my!
And those concepts
so
exist in the mind.
So reality doesn't
the
exist.
property of reality exists outside of our
concept. Guys. Reality is a concept, guys. Just so you're understanding what Effigy is saying here.
Well, hang on.
Clouds and rocks don't
What
exist
you're
without
doing,
humans.
Effigy, is saying that conceptual is ontological, right?
No, I don't think so.
No, that is what he's doing. He's giving an ontological status to concepts,
Oh my gosh.
aren't you?
Okay, do we have to run through it all again?
Sure. Let's start with the first premise. What's the first
Logical
premise of the
absolutes.
argument?
Logical absolutes.
Logical absolutes, right?
Right. You do you agree with
by-
the truth statements? Logical absolutes are truth statements.
Yeah, sure.
Let's go. Is
Hang on. Wait. No, let's
fuck.
drill down. By absolute, I'm guessing you just mean that they don't vary, right?
Yep.
Okay, fine.
Yeah. So, and they're truth statements.
Right.
Okay. Truth is not self-contradictory.
Agreed.
Got it. Okay. So, so the logical absolutes.
Right.
Okay. How about this? Let's start here first. The logical absolutes form the basis for our rational discourse, right? Like if the logical absolutes are not absolute, then truth cannot be known.
If the logical absolute, if they're not absolute, truth can't be known.
Yeah, like there's no rational discourse that can even occur if logical absolutes are not absolute.
Yeah, So if the laws of logic vary across time and space, then reasoning would be very difficult, right?
That would make them
reasoning.
transcendent, right? Not dependent on space, not dependent on time, and not dependent on people.
No. And here's the leap.
Okay, so
here's the leap, because it does seem as if you are ascribing an ontological status to something that's conceptual. Like you're saying, like it's a bit like you're saying, two-ness exists as a kind of intrinsic thing on its own side.
Well, wait a minute. Okay? Well, let's walk it back. So you don't think that it has this ontological status. So it's not the nature of being?
The nature of being?
Being, yeah.
No.
So we could live in a different way. We could have it in a way that rocks are clouds.
I mean,
and like things could be true and false, and like also like there could be it's neither true or false.
Well, yeah. Have you heard of the tetralemma?
Yeah, you brought this up before, and then when we went through it, and it was kind of dumb.
One of the most profound pieces of Indian philosophy is just kind of dumb.
Yeah, I mean, we can go through it again.
The fact that you didn't understand it doesn't make it dumb.
I mean, I understood it. I think I refuted it pretty well. We could go through it again, but so
look, it seems to me that what you're like trying to argue, maybe I don't want to miss.
You don't want to get through it all, do you?
What I mean, I know. Okay, go ahead. Fine, let's go through this.
I'm like so like.
Okay, a rock is not a cloud
here, right? Like the logical absolutes, are they dependent on the material world? Are they dependent on people? Are they dependent on time?
Yes.
Are they dependent on space? And if you think
Yes,
they
because
are, then they're like, I want to know how they depend on those things. Explain it to me.
Let me attack this
Because,
from
like,
a different angle, right? Because like like it seems like, yes, I think the laws of logic, they're an axiomatic framework. They're like a language that we use to navigate reasoning. That's what I think they are, right? The same as mathematics. I think mathematics is a language that we use to navigate a certain type of reasoning. You appear to be arguing that the laws of logic have some kind of existence independent of human reasoning, and I'm guessing that you would assert that where they exist is in the mind of God. Would that be a fair characterization of your position?
I mean, somewhat, right? So, like, again, this is why I was trying to walk through it here,
Mm-hmm.
because, like, I think I don't even think when you say that they are dependent on people, right?
Right.
It doesn't make sense because they don't stop being true depending on people existing,
Right.
right? Like 'cause, like everybody has there's people who consider one thing to be absolute and other people that consider another thing to be absolute. Like people contradict each other all the time. So like a logical absolute being a product of a human mind that is contradictory doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense for it to exist in God's mind either. Okay, is God
Wait.
bound by logic?
Why?
No, I'm asking, is he?
Bound by logic. Where does that?
Like, does I'm assuming that you would agree that God's mind is logical,
Yeah,
that he follows logic.
yeah. What do
Okay.
you mean that he follows
Okay.
logic? I don't know.
Does God's mind, if the laws of logic are conceptual and they're grounded in the mind of God, does it follow that God therefore adheres to the laws of logic in his own thinking?
God doesn't follow anything, right? God is the logic originates from God's mind.
Right. So
The
God's mind is logical.
concept, right? It's conceptual by nature. God,
Right. But
right?
so
God's
God's mind is logical.
rational nature.
Is God's mind logical?
That's what I'm trying to get at here, right? This is
Okay.
where I'm trying to go here. But
does God think logically?
Wait, oh my God, God is the source of logic.
Does God think?
Yeah, God has a mind.
Okay. Does God think logically?
God is a personal being.
Does God think logically?
God is logic. I don't
So it's
understand.
yes.
Yeah, God, logic is oh my Lord. Logic originates from God's mind.
Right. So that would sort of imply that God thinks logically, right?
I mean, I don't know the mind of God, but what's the point here? Logic,
Okay. Because there's a question.
Logically, in what sense?
Like,
so this is the problem now. Like, instead of following, right? Instead of following through this line here, now you want to go to what's in God's mind.
Well, yeah, because you're saying
it's not dependent on God's mind. My argument is that it is dependent on God's mind. So, are you conceding? Then, yeah, it is dependent on God's mind, and we can go to this questioning over here.
Yeah, sure. Let's grant you that for the sake of the argument.
Well,
like, I grant you.
Grant logic for the sake of the argument. I mean, it's either true or not. This is laws of logic.
No, I'm granting it for the sake of the argument.
It's either true or it's not true.
So, okay, here's what I want to ask you, like, because these questions are leading to a key question, right? Which is, like because you would agree that human concepts, like human logic, right? It means that we think logically, and we can do that well or poorly, but we think logically. So let's assume that God's mind is perfect, and that if he were to think logically, then the logic that he would be employing would also be perfect, right? So I'm not like ascribing any kind of flaw to God's mind, right? If logic is rooted in God's mind, it follows that God's mind is logical, right? So my question is, and that God therefore thinks logically. So my question is this, because does God think logically by necessity or by choice?
God created logic.
Right. Let's say that I grant that. He would still need to
Right.
think
So
logically.
Did
other
he think
than
logically
that,
when he
like
did
you're
that?
asking me to know what's in God's mind, and that's wild.
But hang on, you are sort of making that claim by asserting that logic is grounded in God's mind, aren't you?
Yeah, that's that. Wait a minute. No, I didn't say that I know what's in God's mind. I said that logic was created by God.
How do you know?
Well, again, I was trying to go through it, and you don't want to go through it, and then you keep circling back to the starting. I don't know. Like, do you actually want to know, or
because your first premise is flawed? Your first premise assumes necessity when it should be assuming sufficiency, and this is a flaw. This is a flaw that tag proponents never really want to acknowledge because it undermines the whole fucking argument.
wait? So the first first premise is flawed? That logical absolutes. I mean, that logical.
Right.
The laws of identity are absolute.
Let me walk that back. You're doing a different variant of tag. The premise where you assert whatever numbered premise this is, where you assert that intelligibility, in this case, logic, is necessarily dependent upon the mind of God. So that might not be the first premise in your version of the argument, but in all versions of tag, generally, there's an assertion that logic is dependent necessarily upon the mind of God, right? That necessarily is smuggled in. It's not adequately justified by any of the premises, and it's confusing logical sufficiency with logical necessity, and that it's also confusing logical necessity with causal necessity. The two are not the same. Look, I can make the assertion that I can swim across the Atlantic Ocean, right? Now, logically, that's a valid statement. Like that, there's nothing contradictory in that statement. Causally, it's impossible due to the nature of biology and physics and whatnot, right? So, like, there's this thing that happens, and I'm not, I'm only really getting into formal logic, so I'm on fucking sketchy ground here, right? But it seems like there's this thing that happens where we take logical necessity or logical possibility and then conflate that with causal necessity, and they are not the same.
Okay, so your problem here is with the part that says that. So, like, your problem is where it leads to, basically.
My problem with tag is twofold. One is that, as Epigee says, it assumes the conclusion in one of the premises. Like, that's an issue. Where okay, so the conclusion is God exists, right? And it smuggles in God's existence into one of the premises. When you're saying that logic is necessarily dependent upon the mind of God, that's smuggling in God's existence. So that makes the argument circular, which is unsound. Now, you could argue, depending on how you view it, that it's also invalid. Now, tag proponents like to argue that transcendental arguments can't be invalid because of the nature of the argument, because it's just talking about the necessary preconditions for a given phenomenon. But like when you break it down, it's essentially a modus ponens with a modal operator attached. And again, we're kind of getting into the realms of formal logic here, and I'm not an expert in formal logic by any means. But like, so when you say like, so that's my issue with tag, is that it's circular in that it presupposes the conclusion in one of the premises, and it confuses sufficiency with necessity. And it also, I think, conflates logical necessity with causal necessity.
And that's before you even say it assumes their God is the God
Yeah.
that's doing it all.
Because it could be Brahma or Zeus, right?
Well,
Or
no,
Schlord.
that wouldn't actually make sense, though.
Sure,
Again,
it would.
so
That's the
again,
thing. Like a lot of people in a religion don't understand that the general assumptions of their belief system, like they don't even take them into account. But it is an assumption. Like if there is a God, you're assuming it's yours.
okay, well, anyways, you guys kind of like misrepresented a few different parts of the argument, and like
Well, it was only it
when
was
you
only
go
me.
like, yeah, but
not-
like when you hop all the way to the end, you skip the argument part of it, right? When you say that it
Right.
seems unfair to say that it leads to this, when you like skip all the middle part that leads there, right?
Well, that's because I'm not going to speak for effigy, but I've seen lots of different variations of tag over the last year or so. And you know, like granted, like tag as a concept is relatively new to me. It's probably only been a year, but I have seen lots of variations of it. Some going down the route that you go down, but some which just like brazenly assert that logic requires God's existence in the first premise. But generally, there's always a premise which says that intelligibility, in this case, logic, requires God's mind, therefore God exists. Like, and the therefore is a conclusion. So it's assuming the conclusion in one of the premises. And it like,
Well, no, I didn't assume the conclusion in any of the premises, right? So, and when you say it, that's before, like Effigy mentioned, that's before we even get to it being the Christian God,
yeah,
right? Like, well, that like you you don't even get through the whole art. We got to the part where you seemed at first to agree that the logical absolutes were conceptual by nature,
right.
and
Yeah.
and
Agreed.
but you also then backtracked and said, but they're dependent on the human mind.
Because that's the only mind that I know exists. I mean, I'm like assuming we're not talking about animals, right?
Well, yeah, I know that's the only mind you know exists, but you think these things, like you think reality would change if your mind wasn't here? Is that what you think? Like after you die, reality
I mean,
here
I might
changes,
have
or-
a
like I'm
very different.
confused. Like you agreed that we can go a billion years back, a billion years forward. We could go a
Right.
million light years in any direction. You agreed that these are absolutely true in all these instances. But now all of a sudden they can be
Well,
different.
no, hang on. Again, I said probably.
Okay, well,
Because
you know, I mean, then I'm holy shit.
So
like it's probably the case that the laws of logic aren't going to vary across time and space.
So look,
Like, what is their
there's
nature
this
if they're
separation of
not
the two that just
conceptual?
doesn't seem to be coming out. Look, so my honest answer is always going to be both. I think that the laws and logic are descriptive of reality. It's at a fundamental level, which makes them, I guess, yes, ontologically real, but they are also necessary principles of that we have to have for like coherent thought. So I guess you could say epistemologically conceptual as well, right?
Yeah, so like it would seem fair to say that an absolutely perfect mind would produce perfect thoughts.
Okay, yeah, no, let's go with that. If an absolutely perfect mind existed, it would produce perfect thoughts.
Okay,
yes.
and since the logical absolutes are transcendent, absolute, and perfectly consistent, and are independent of the universe, then it seems proper to say they reflect a
We're
transcendent,
already off the rails.
absolute, perfect, and independent mind.
We smuggled in independent there.
Yeah.
But here's
Smuggled in all
here's
universe
Wait,
stuff
if
in that
it's
one.
not dependent, what does that mean? It's independent. What the fuck are you guys talking? I didn't see you guys do that shit because you try to do this little sneaky thing. Because I used the word independent, and after I literally went over and over and asked you guys if it was dependent, what are you talking
No,
about?
we're
If it's
not.
not
No, I'm not
dependent,
complaining
what does
about
that make it?
independent or dependent.
Independent. Do you
It's definitely
understand?
dependent
I
on
didn't
the
sneak
reality.
Well,
that in. I've
semantics-
been saying this whole time that it's not dependent on the fucking universe.
Well, no,
But
I
even
would
semantics.
have problems more with things like
FG.
transcendent.
Yeah, but the like semantics aside, whether it be dependent or independent, like even the tag argument itself, like it does presuppose a universal mind, but that universal mind could be what the some atheists who talk about the simulation theory are talking about. Like, there's a lot of commonalities between those two theories on how the at least the concept of the universal mind, like that's because when people are talking about God, like some people like genuinely believe it's a BG looking motherfucker on top of a cloud that's like literally like Zeus throwing down lightning bolts, versus how like Jim Bob would, let's say, explain it, or Jay Dyer or Andrew.
But that wouldn't
when
be
you're talking about the
theism, would
universal
it?
mind.
That wouldn't even be pantheism. That would be panentheism, where the universe is God, but the universe is a literal organism kind of thing.
Yeah. Like that's basically where I'm at, and that's why, like I said, I can piss off atheists
Okay,
and Christians.
interesting.
So I'm in a very rare position.
Yeah, it's an interesting place to be. I mean, I could actually think that might be a rational position to hold if it were possible, right?
Because again, like how do we explain
meaning?
meaning? And, yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't believe in like outer meaning. I believe we create meaning.
Yeah, but like even like for that to be a concept in order for societies to work, and like logic and all this kind of shit, like these discoveries that we make, like scientists make every single day, all these different discoveries, like it shows that like because like we're like this should be such a chaotic system, but there's so much order that we're discovering, especially with scientists, like that to me would point that there is something else at play here. But the concept of a universal mind, simulation theory,
yeah, but like
some people call
concept
God.
of order is something that we derive from our reality that we're in. So it's like not something that a concept that existed before that we're like, wow, look out there. There's all this stuff that we have this concept for. Like we derived our concept from reality.
Yeah, but then you look at things like the moon, man, like 400 the size, and then 1/400 distance, so you get perfect eclipse. The fact that it has so much
what do you mean by
shit
perfect
that
eclipse?
Like
the moon
our
only
moon
fully eclipses on a small portion of the earth whenever it happens.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, even for that to be a phenomenon, for that to be able to happen, like that's like our moon is the only moon that does that, and that's because it's 1/400 the size and 1/400 the distance, so it perfectly.
Yeah, and that might be because our moon might be the only moon that is formed out of a collision of two planets.
Our moon makes no sense. Like our moon is like 2% of the mass of the Earth, but it's like 25% the size. So it's like when people say like the moon's made of cheese, is in like like a hollow moon. It's like there's a lot of like scientific evidence you can point towards, and then there's the mass cons as well, where there's like certain
come from the moon.
But there's certain areas where it's like they'd be like these circular balls of gravity, where it's like abnormally more gravity, and like that's what fucks up. That's why like things crash into the moon all the time and all the shit, because of these mass cons. There's just like so much shit in the universe that it's like, how for even all of this to work for us to end up here, they like, and the fact that we have like not only our brains, we can't point to the mind,
like all these kind of concepts of meaning, all this kind of shit, in order for like just society to work and for humans to be a thing. It's like there's so much like random chance or like what I'd call order that like even got us to this point. That's what I'm saying in terms of the universal mind. But on the flip side to it as well, there are some people that like Nala Ray, for example, when she talks to God, she's talking about like a BG looking motherfucker on top of a cloud. And it's like those are the more dangerous people, because like they'll literally just like whatever they're told. It's like if the church authority tells them this is what God's will is, that's what they're doing, and it can be insanely fucked up shit. So that's where like believing in God can be detrimental. So like when they say like belief in God, it's like when Jordan Peterson goes, "Well, what do you mean by God?" It's like that's a genuine question. Like, what the fuck do you mean by God?
It was genuinely stupid when he in that debate said, "What do you mean by belief?" Because like it was genuinely stupid. Like as a psychologist, like there's a base definition for belief, which is just taking a proposition to be true, a brain state of taking a proposition to be true. Like just start with that. Like you don't have to be like, wow, all this other shit. It's like, bruh, you're a fucking PhD in psychology. Like I get that you can nuance it, but the fact that he wouldn't even just
He didn't
start
even
with like
wait. He didn't nuance it. He just used the second definition, dude. What these retards can't read number 2 in the fucking dictionary or something? What are you talking about? Trust, faith, and confidence in something or someone. That's the definition that he gave. He used different words for trust, faith, and confidence, but that's what he said. He didn't like.
I don't know. It seemed to me he was being really.
He's being
cagey at
very
that point.
specific. That's what he always does. He's always like that. I don't think there was anything wrong with that.
But that's interesting, Teriak. I'm gonna think about that. I'm gonna assume you're a panentheist from now on.
Yeah, like that's what I said. It's such a difficult position to describe. Even Sarah like was calling me out last week on it. Then it's like, yeah, like sometimes you sound like a left wing, sometimes you sound like a right wing. Like, are you Christian? You're not Christian. And it's like it's just very difficult to explain my position, because like at the same time that I say, like this, like where like like I think Mr. C on the Crucible is calling me pagan. So like I've been called like all sorts from things, but it's like when you look at like the Book of Job, like
Well, it is very like paganish idea, some of it, because a lot of that gets into like you are now like as a pantheist, if the universe is God, then you are a literal extension of God. You're a literal part of God, not just like figurative or the soul. Like your very being is an extension of the thing or a smaller piece of the whole in a literal sense.
Yeah.
Like a physical reality sense. So it's you definitely have
But
much more science on your side in that argument than the other side does.
But like this is what I'm saying, like in terms of like this is why I think Jordan Peterson, like that whole thing of like I've never claimed that I'm Christian, like I think it's a similar kind of like point of view where he's like, listen, like if you're to read Job, it like not to go off on a tangent, apologize if I derail easy, but like the whole like when you look at Diva kind of explain this better, where you kind of say it's like sometimes you can get like a lot of truth out of fiction. You know what I mean? There's a lot of like points that are made or logic that's shown or picture that's
the
painted.
Human race. That's our story.
Yeah, but like that's why art is so
there's
important.
There's a reason we crave storytelling so much.
Yeah, because like there's like like that essence that we can draw from that. But and like that's why Tucker Carlson made such a point of view of like the build, the architecture and modern day art. It's like it's just fucking terrible. It's like it's like it's supposed to inspire a generation. Like they think back to like fucking like sculptures of like Michelangelo's David and all this kind of shit. Like go back to the Vatican and Rome and just see the architecture. It's fucking like it's just a different fucking it's just completely different kind of like fucking experience. You know what I mean? But like that's what I'm talking about in terms of like the modern day, where it's kind of like a lot of these atheists that they're not religious, but they're acting like fundamental extremists with their point of view, to the point where it's like I found that like the common ground with the trans argument is that, well, if they're over 18 and they want to cut their pee-pee off, like why shouldn't they be allowed to do it? It's probably the most freedom inspired act you probably couldn't think of as a man, is to cut your own dick off. But on the flip side to it as well, like when we talk with the kids, it's like this shouldn't even be a discussion. The kids can't even have a fucking beer. So you're telling me you want a 15-year-old to be able to cut his dick off, and he can't even have a beer to commiserate the loss of his penis? That's fucked up.
Well,
Got what I mean?
those people
So
were
it's-
always fringe. Like, but most people only argue for gender affirming care as far as like, you know, hormone blockers and stuff like that. They don't
But
go
the-
as far
the-
as
the
like
problem-
physical alteration.
The problem though is FG, like people play like team games and they're like, no, like if you have like this thing of saying kids can't have trans surgery, then like you're a transphobe. Like, and like that's the quote unquote
sure.
counter to that
I
argument.
mean,
But
there are
like
people who have
that's
all
why I
kinds of
think
extreme views.
that's why I think in the middle grounds, the like that's where a lot of us like need to put in the work to try and find the nuance, because I think even as a Republican, you would prefer to have a Democratic Party that is the likes of RFK, Tulsi Gabbard. Like you prefer like those guys on to be the representatives of the Democrats, rather than the hush posh, whatever the fuck, desperate moves like an ex-wife trying to hold on to whatever power she has over you. Like think about like the vindictive like Karen that she just wants to inflict as much pain as possible into your life. Like that's basically what it feels like the Democrats are doing, where it's kind of like, no, we're doubling down. We want like all the kids to have all the drugs and all this kind of shit, and we're just like, okay, we're just losing our fucking minds here. Because even the concept, and this is another thing
like
as
a big
well,
straw man. Like that seems like an opinion that comes from right wing media.
man. Like
Like,
for real, like
there's even an internal argument on this on the left side that's really mediated a lot of the more extreme views. So like, I know a lot of people get their
this is from
opinions
RFK,
from
man.
some places.
This is from RFK, because the amount of kids
Do
that are
you
on like
consider
Ritalin.
RFK a lefty?
Well, he would be. He'd at least be a liberal.
You think so?
Yeah.
All right. You just keep
Because like the stuff that he's calling out with the kids, like how can a kid be put on Ritalin? I'll never know. Like that is amphetamines. That is the cousin of meth.
No,
You know what I mean, it's basically, and in terms of you to put it relative to in terms of like what a kid's going through and all that shit. So even the fact that they're being given that, they're popping that shit out like it's candy, and then the whole shit with the I don't know if I can say the word, but the shot or whatever, the whole thing we had to do in 19. But even the like as a kid, there's like just like you're getting like a dose of like 100, 200 or whatever the fuck things at the same time, and it's
yeah,
like,
well, in a world where all of this is done by accident with no purpose, you know, the thing is, this evil, or what you really can't even say is evil, it wins, right? There's no ultimate judgment on it. It'll just win. You'll live and die, and evil wins. That's a really crazy. I think that's a pessimistic.
It's a fatalistic.
No, I'd say it's a tie. Because like so long as life exists, there is the potential for both. It's like Schrodinger's cat. There's both the potential for good and both the potential for evil.
No,
so long as we survive, so long as we go for the tie.
Point of view, with as long
yeah,
as there's life,
I'm
there's
beyond good and evil, motherfuckers, and that's why I get called a
Damn.
Satanist. You know what I'm saying?
Beyond good and evil. What's that mean?
With the title.
So
of
like
one of
that's what I'm
Nietzsche's
saying.
books.
Like in terms of like the whole kind of concept of like the
good and evil.
What you're saying there is like this whole the whole kind of balance between good and evil. It's like what does that kind of like express in terms of like, because like for example, to someone who's very very like left wing, Trump is evil, but to someone who's very very right wing, that he's the savior. You know what I mean? One side's calling him the Antichrist, the other side's calling him the Christ. So like the whole kind of concept of good and evil doesn't really like tell me anything. You know what I mean? Like, and I think Shiva kind of lends this in his argument where he says, I think like when you're talking about
that's
morals,
the
really
problem,
like, tell me how you
Terry.
feel.
That's what we argue. Yeah, you're you're explaining exactly what we argue about. The if you have this like arbitrary stance on what good and evil is, and it doesn't come from a higher standard, then yeah, it's leads people to that where, well, one side says this is evil, other side says this is evil. Fuck it, it's all evil, it's all good. Like it leads to like fucking chaos, right?
But this is where I think
so we agree that we should all abide by Buddhist ethics then.
no,
No.
actually that's a good point. Because this is where I bring in the actually Heraclitus on the river. Easy, right? We're going back to the river. Do you mind if we go back to the river?
Sure,
You
let's
love
go
your
back to the
rivers,
river.
and you're so Irish, Terry.
Back to
You
the
and-
same
Yeah.
river I stepped in last week. Let's
Yeah.
go.
We're gonna step in
But
the
is it
river
the
again.
same? Is it the same? Because let me hear this. Because like a lot of these like left wing like thinkers or whatever, the academics and all this shit, they've gone so far with that like rationality that it's like the river no longer is like, you can no longer define what a river is. You can no longer define what anything fucking else is, because every like language is constantly shaping and meaning is constantly changing words. So like that but you basically like shoot yourself in the foot and you end up with nihilism. Whereas when you're talking about that concept, you have the likes of Plato that came from that, and he's saying when he's talking about his Platonic forms, but you have to recognize the Platonic forms as being a noble lie. So, for example, when these left-wingers or more relatives say, well, technically there is no objective set of morals, but on the same side, you would say that there are that theoretically there would be a set of rules that would be best or most conducive for a flourishing human society. Like that is objectively the case. There are we might not know what they are. You know what I mean? And it might take us thousands of years to get there, but you would say, in theory, there would be some set of like objective principles or objective rules that you could point to and say this is the best way for society to function,
Like morally,
most
you
flourishing.
mean?
Exactly, morally, yes.
Yes,
like,
yes.
What you should do and what you
There
shouldn't.
is more objective moral truths. Yes, I do believe this 100%. And the laws of logic would entail this.
Yeah, but like that's where I'm going with there with it. Do you know what I mean? Like there is like a Platonic form that you can point to. It might not like be right in front of you at the moment, but that's what you should aim towards in terms of how you progress. Where I think that like this is like the middle ground between like philosophy and religion, where I think a lot of like shared ground can be held, or a lot of principles you see kind of like manifest out. Because like I said, it's like whether you believe in the Platonic forms or you believe in God, it's still that kind of like I was saying, like that abstract principle, that the divine perfection that you want to aim towards or guide yourself towards.
Yeah. Okay, let me since you're a little bit further here, let me ask you this question. Would you agree with me when I say there's only two options? It's either God exists or God does not exist. There's no third option here.
Yeah, true. That's true. There's no contradiction there.
Right. So like, and my thing, I agree with this. And my thing is, if there's no God, right, like atheism, uh, it fails to account for the logical absolutes that I was speaking about. So that's why I'm saying the fact that atheism, no God, fails to account for the logical absolutes,
That's just an
then
assumption.
it's negated, and the other option is verified, which would be God exists.
This is
hang on.
Most
Let's
of the reason why I
assume.
baked in my answer that they are properties of the universe.
Let's assume, Easy, that what you said is logically true, right? So I'm going to grant the logical truth of everything that you've said. That doesn't imply a causal truth. Like, for example, if I were to say I can jump to the moon, right? That there's nothing in that state, like that's a logically true statement. It's logically valid. There's nothing inherently contradictory in that statement. It's just causally not possible. So if I were to say it's logically true that I can jump to the moon, therefore I can actually jump to the moon, that would be a category error, because I'm conflating causal logical necessity or logical truth with causal truth.
Wait, what? Okay,
Yeah.
say that again for me because I
Okay,
feel like
yeah,
you're
yeah.
not making sense.
Okay, so
Because like you're saying that like if you said that would be not that would actually violate the laws of logic.
no, it wouldn't. Okay, so and again, like we're kind of getting into the weeds of formal
It's
logic
either
here.
true that there's some humans that can jump to the moon, and or it's not. There's no in between. So
Causally,
the
yes.
fact that it's true that no humans can jump to the moon, well, you would like. I don't understand what you're.
So causally, if we're talking about objects in the universe, yes, absolutely, I agree with you. People can't jump to the moon, right? But what I'm trying to get at is the distinction, and there is one, between logical possibility and causal possibility. So something can be causally impossible, but still logically possible.
And your example was that it can logically be possible to jump to the moon.
Yes, like that. There's nothing inherently contradictory in the statement taken as a proposition. I can jump to the moon, right? Like again, like I'm only just getting into studying formal logic, so I'm probably mangling this badly. But like something can be a logical necessity, and it doesn't imply that it's a causal necessity.
It doesn't imply that it's a causal necessity if it's
Yes.
logically true.
Yes. Because they're two different categories. Logic and causation, right? Or logic and like, the physical universe.
Okay, but wait, so you just skipped the whole beginning of it all then?
Well, that's why I say that my issue with tag is twofold, and it's to do with the necessity component. One, it conflates sufficiency, like necessity, with sufficiency, which is its own separate issue, but it also confuses, or at least tries to argue, that logical necessity implies causal necessity, and it doesn't.
Okay, so you're saying because okay, I get what you're trying to say, but that's why that's why I made the statement, right, about it. So it's either God exists or does not exist. There's no third option, right? And the option of God not existing fails to account for the logical absolutes from its
Well, it doesn't. There are other answers, like naturalism is an answer.
Naturalism is an answer for a logical absolute.
Yeah, it would deny that logic is a thing that's out there. That it's just a concept that arises independent upon human minds. Platonism is another answer, right? Which is kind of similar to the God argument, except it would kind of say that yeah, you can just kind of like make logic a brute force fact, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's a transcendental mind that's producing it.
Okay, well, with the first part, right, with like naturalism, right, like, so
yeah,
the thing is, this just asserts that humans, this is all dependent on humans, but again, I went through the beginning, and you agree it's not dependent on humans.
No, hang on. Again, like, so if you say a rock is not a cloud, and a rock will never be a cloud, like no matter how far into the future or the past you go, well, maybe not into the past, because matter tends to break down when you get far into the distant past, right? But like into the future you go, and no matter where in space you go, I'd agree with you, right? I like rocks and clouds.
So it's absolute.
Well, no, I would argue that that's a conventional truth. The absolute truth is that all things are empty of intrinsic existence, and that includes the laws of logic.
So if the logical absolutes are not absolute, then truth cannot be known.
Well, it's funny. I don't know if you read my essay. I kind of one of the conclusions that I'm sort of skirting around is that in an ultimate sense, I actually can't know anything. But
so no rational discourse can occur in this. Then I could say circles are squares, and I'm also dead right now as I'm talking to you.
And I would disagree with that as well.
You could disagree. You could disagree with it, but it wouldn't matter. There's no rational discourse to be had because the absolute truth cannot be known.
Well, I'm not. I think from my perspective, I would say maybe the absolute truth can be known. It just can't be expressed because language is because language is necessarily conventional. So any truth that you are expressing is also necessarily conventional.
So logical absolutes are convention.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, they're conventionally true.
It's an agreed upon principle.
Yeah, sure.
But people also differ on what is and what is not true.
Agreed.
So then how can that be a product of the human mind?
That's why I say they go too far. Capable of grasping fundamental structures of reality because we are part of that reality and have evolved to make sense of it.
Okay, so like logical absolutes were invented as a result of an agreement by X number of people, and they're just a product of human mind. They don't exist unless the human mind is here. This is your argument.
I mean, I made my argument earlier that they are both ontologically real and epistemologically conceptual, that they're necessary principles of coherent thought, while at the same time being descriptions of reality at its most fundamental level. Yes, I'm saying both. Fuck you all. I'm saying both.
He's going to die.
So they're dependent on space and time, but they're also not dependent on space and time. Got you.
Right. So therefore they are contingent.
What he's saying in terms of the River Euphrates argument, what effort he's saying is you cannot step into the same river twice, but you could step into River Euphrates twice. You know what I mean? Well, basically the problem here is you need to be like 100% in terms of the definition of what exactly do you mean by truth, like absolute truth. You know what I mean? When we talk about true and like what is it to truly know? You know what I mean? And like that's, you know what I mean, a whole kind of like deeper level that we can go into. Like I said,
things we agree upon versus the actual deep reality of it.
That's why my question to you, Easy, is like what do you mean by God? Like when you say God can either exist or not exist, like that is a true statement, or true statement. And but in terms of the question, like
well, absolute truth is it's true at all times in all situations.
I mean, that kind of assumes that we can even perceive absolute truth. That the laws of logic that we have are an expression of that absolute truth.
I mean, by definition, with our sensory perception, we don't perceive absolute truth of the universe. Our eyes only capture a certain percentage of light. Our ears only hear a certain percentage of sound.
No, the counter to easiness is it's like, okay, if you're saying that the truth is like every place at all times in the universe, would you say that Newtonian physics is a lie, or is yeah, it technically is a lie? It's not truth because in terms of the quantum level, Newtonian physics don't work anymore.
Who are you
So
asking that towards?
with you're saying would the Newtonian physics be a lie because they don't apply to
on the quantum level?
On the quantum
like,
level.
I mean, the realist would have to stick with Newtonian physics because it could be proven in front of them.
Yeah, so like even when it comes to the quantum level, they still know there's a cause. So I'm not
yeah, so like what I'm pointing out is that like I would argue that yes, Newtonian physics is a lie, but also quantum physics is also a lie. It's what Plato would talk about as the noble lie, or the concept of the Platonic forms. It's basically this tool that you can use that is beneficial and you can prove value throughout the how you interact with reality and how we do science experiments, all this kind of shit in terms of this realm. But I'm not gonna bother learning about Newtonian physics if I'm a fucking baker. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't really give a fuck about physics. I mean, I'm like, it's like that whole kind of concept. It's like whatever tool you need to interact with the universe, it is like the best suited tool for you. So in terms of this absolute truth, or even Shiva says, even being able to experience that in the first place, because like there's all these kind of like different kind of like light wave particles that we can't actually see. So it's kind of like that thing. It's like technically it is a lie, but in terms of like when we're talking about truth, what do we actually mean by truth? Like we can get truth from fiction, etc., etc. Do you know what I mean?
well, like I said, it would be the absolute truth. So even if I just like said, cool, I'll grant you this Newtonian physics. When you get down to the quantum level, it's a lie. What would it have to do with what I'm talking about?
What we're saying is in terms of the absolute truth. Like it's like trying to define infinity or trying to do a thing like in terms of at least what I'm trying to point out is because technically everything is a lie to some degree. It's not 100% one like it covers every single aspect of like what we're dealing with or what we're talking about. I mean, there's always going to be some sort of like 1% even of like ambiguity or stuff like that. So in terms of like,
could you do
absolute
that
truth,
though for
yeah.
the law of identity, law of non-contradiction, and law of excluded middle?
You know what I'm saying is it's an unfair standard that Shiva's trying to put on you because you're talking about like, okay, is that the absolute truth kind of thing? You know what I mean? Whereas
So
like
far
I
as we
said,
can perceive it.
yeah, you know what I mean? But
Well, how is
like,
that
I mean,
unfair?
because like realistically, like I said, like everything, like every kind of like theory or concept or even story that we tell ourselves is in some way, shape, or form not the 100% of the truth.
Agreed.
Like even the life we live is not ever going to
Agreed.
be 100% aspects because there's shit that's happening in the background behind you that you didn't
Mhm.
notice or whatever the fuck. Do you know what I mean? So like realistically, when you say like, okay, like is that absolute truth? It's kind of one of those things where it's like it doesn't really get us anywhere. Like Easy's main point here, I think, is still sound. Where in terms of that the divine perfection that we want to aim ourselves towards or guide ourselves towards, like is what we talk about when we talk about God, or we talk about objective morals, or when we talk about like how we should structure society. That the divine image of quote unquote what Easy or the Christians would call God, that necessarily would be something that you would agree with naturally, though. I think.
No.
Or is that not a disagreement?
Well, no. I mean, because like I think again, when we're talking about necessity, we need to distinguish between logical necessity and causal necessity, right? And something can be logically true, and that doesn't imply that it's a causal reality, because those are two different things.
with
Yeah,
the
abstract
logical absolutes of law of identity, law of non-contradiction, law of excluded middle.
Yeah.
Like what then?
Can I give an example?
Yeah, sure. If I were to say I can jump to the moon, logically, that's an entirely valid statement. Right?
Yeah, but no.
Where's the contradiction?
Humans can't jump to the moon.
That's causal. We're talking about logic.
Okay, so and
something can be logically true, and that doesn't imply that it's causally true.
Like for example, a tomato is a fruit. Like that's a logic, like logically, like all this kind of shit. But like people don't put it in a fruit salad.
The fuck?
Do you understand? Like logically, you're logical in putting a tomato in a fruit salad, but people will call you batshit crazy for putting a tomato in a fruit salad. Like, that's what she was trying to say.
No, no.
That's not.
Look,
Sorry.
Are We Not Men and Josh, like I'm obviously not mangling it too badly because they are understanding what I'm saying in the chat. Things can be logically true in that there is nothing in the kind of proposition that negates the laws of logic, right? So I can say I can lift up a house, and just as a proposition, there's nothing in there that says that the proposition is invalid, right? That doesn't mean that I can physically lift up a house. And so, and this is like I said, that this is one of my issues with the transcendental argument, is that it takes logical necessity. Let's say that I grant all of the premises in and the conclusion in tag, right? Intelligibility requires a grounding in God. Intelligibility exists, therefore God exists. Let's say that I grant all of those things as being logically true. That doesn't necessarily mean that they are causally true. And this I think it's either like and I'm probably one of the people who doesn't really clearly understand the distinction between logical possibility and causal possibility, right? So I'm putting myself in the ignorant camp, but it's either people are kind of ignorant of the distinction, or they're aware of the distinction and they're being disingenuous when they assert that because like it's logically valid, like assuming that you accept the premises as being sound, that it's logically valid that intelligibility requires God and intelligibility exists, therefore God exists. That necessity clause is a tricky little bastard, because
also a potential argument from ignorance or argument from incredulity.
Yeah, like because it's like as a matter of intuition, like it took me, I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. It took me ages. It was actually reading a book by Alvin Plantinga, who's a Christian philosopher, God, Freedom, and Evil, where he's actually a really good writer if you're interested in Christian logic. Like I would recommend him.
Okay, you know what? I get what you're saying. You're actually right in that one part here where you're saying logically possible versus causally possible, which you're basically saying one refers to what you can basically imagine without violating the laws of logic.
Yes.
But causally possible would be something that given the laws of nature
Yes.
in our universe, it
Yes.
wouldn't. It would
Yes,
have to
absolutely.
follow this.
Yes.
I get
Yeah.
okay. I get what you're saying here, and why does that matter?
Because I think it matters if you're, and maybe I'm misunderstanding tag here, right? But if you're arguing that that something is logically necessary, that it's therefore causally necessary, that needs justification.
Whoa! I didn't. So you're thinking I'm saying that the logical absolutes are the cause of us?
No. 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 So okay, so if we, and I'm like, just to so my understanding of the transcendental argument is that it's asserting that certain things that we experience, such as knowledge, logic, morality, that a necessary precondition of those is God, right? And it's that word necessary in philosophical discourse. It has different meanings depending on whether it's being applied in the realm of logic or in the realm of like the physical world, right? And so something can be a logical necessity, like that. There's no contradiction in asserting God is a necessary precondition for intelligibility, right? Like that's, you could argue that that's a kind of valid statement. It's not necessarily sound, but it's like logically valid in that there's no inherent contradiction in the statement itself. But that doesn't mean that it's true in the physical world. It just means that, so, and like I'd need to, I'm working my way through this textbook, An Introduction to Formal Logic, like and so I'm, it's not like I'm not a logician, like I'm not an expert in this by any means whatsoever. But that to me is a kind of problem. If you're saying that something is necessary as a matter of logic, that therefore, because of that logical necessity, that a phenomenon in the universe is kind of like physically real. I know God's immaterial, but or is like causally real. Like that's a kind of leap that requires justification in my mind. In the same way that if I were to assert that the logical statement "I can jump to the moon" means I can actually jump to the moon, that would require justification, right? You wouldn't just accept that as being true.
Well, of course I wouldn't accept that just simply like that. Yeah.
Right. So yeah, because like so
that's okay. Go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah. So that's just my like, and we're kind of, I suppose, getting into the weeds slightly of modal logic when we're talking about possibility and necessity. Like, and I haven't even kind of begun to touch modal logic yet.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think like saying that there's a difference like to say that because something, when you're saying there's a difference between logically possible and causally possible, I don't understand how this even argues against what I'm saying. I'm just
Because aren't you asserting that God is actually real? Like
yes.
Right. So that's not just a matter of something being logically possible. Like you're asserting that because this thing is logically possible.
Well,
it means
I
that
believe
this-
truth. I believe truth to be real, and I believe the logical absolutes are truth, right? And truth can't contradict itself. It's truth by definition is not self-contradicting.
Are you sure?
Agreed.
I mean,
Agreed. But
subjective truth can contradict, right?
What?
You don't think a subjective truth can contradict?
Subjective. I just said, oh Lord.
No, we've been over
Absolute
this before.
truth. I believe there's an absolute truth, right? Why does that have to do with subjective truths? It doesn't even make sense. Subjective truths.
How does you mean the word doesn't make sense?
Yeah, it's an oxymoron.
So no, if you say, mint chocolate chip is the best ice cream in the world, and I say it's not, you've just
That's
said
a
a
preference.
subjective truth. Yeah,
Has
which is a
nothing to do with the
subjective
truth.
truth. Well, it's true to you, right? You didn't lie to me. It is your favorite. So therefore it's a subjective truth to you.
Okay, so is that what you think I'm talking about when I when I talk about absolute truths and I believe in absolute truths? Do you think I'm talking about
Well, I think we
people's
have two
preferences in
completely
ice
different
cream
concepts of
flavors?
that. To me,
Or do you
no,
think I'm talking about facts?
Well, no, it's just when we're talking about the concept of truth and you don't admit that subjective truth exists, I feel like we have to wrap our head around that before we can talk deeper into it, because it is possible. But when I talk about objective truth, I simply am always
objective
simply that which
truth
comports with
as in
reality.
factually true, like right, absolute facts, not like the fact that I'm saying absolute would mean that
Truth is not a thing I can hold in my hand. It's something that mirrors reality. That's what I mean when I say truth.
It's not something you can hold, right? But it exists, right?
As a concept,
doesn't it?
Sure.
It doesn't,
as
right? It
as a
exists.
concept about
So you're right. You
mirroring
can't hold
something
it in your
down.
hand, right? So it's not dependent on space, time. It's not a product of your human mind. It's not dependent on the material world, right? You can't find it in atoms or under rocks or
How is it not
in
dependent on the
a
mind?
wave, right? You can't take pictures of it. You can't
How you
measure
find
it.
truth is you have to
right?
compare something against reality. Without a mind, I have nothing to actually make.
It's not a product of the physical universe, is it?
Can we perceive it?
Can you perceive the truth?
Absolute truth.
Can you perceive the absolute truth?
Yeah.
Well, what do you mean by perceive it? Just so I'm
like, can we have an experience of it?
Yeah.
Okay. Is absolute truth, would you say that it's not a matter of convention? Like it has its own intrinsic existence?
Truth is not a matter of convention.
Okay. Well, no, absolute truth.
Yeah. The logic.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not just agreed upon thing.
Would you agree that any proposition is definitionally a matter of convention?
Let me. Would I agree that any proposition
Mm-hmm.
is a matter of convention?
Mm-hmm.
Any proposition is a matter of convention. So by proposition, you just mean like
Any statement.
yeah, that's what I was. So is any statement
Hmm.
a matter of what?
Convention.
Not any statement.
So, because like I suppose my view is that there may be an absolute truth.
Is a matter of convention.
Yeah, like my position is this: there may be an absolute truth, and I mean Buddhism would assert that there is, right, and that you can have an experience of it. Like we can get to a state where we are kind of living in absolute truth, but because language is necessarily one, conventional, and two, contingent upon our conceptual frameworks, that the absolute truth can never be expressed as a proposition. Because its absolute nature would mean that it's beyond conventional truth.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Keep going with that, Shiva. Keep going down that line for a minute. Is that right?
Going where?
So,
Okay,
like,
so
you're
let me-
saying, like, us with our human minds can't even determine objective truth.
No.
So you
What-
believe?
wait,
Do you believe in God, Shiva?
No.
Are you coming to our side, Shiva? Is that what's going on right now?
No, I don't believe in God.
I feel
So
like you're
again, I'm
starting to refute
gonna
yourself right now. Do you understand
I'm
where we're
gonna-
going here?
well, no, because I'm talking about the distinction between experience and our ability to express it.
Right. So you're saying that because
I think you might have misunderstood what I was saying. If you thought that what I was saying led to the existence of God.
well, yeah, you believe that the truth is
Mhm.
not solely determined by objective reality, right? The workings of a human mind, right? Is that am I getting it correct?
So when truth
Come
is
on.
okay, can you break that down for me? Because that's not what I was asserting, but I'd like to see where this is going.
Okay. Well, if right, this is where this was the argument I was making, that because truth in itself, right, couldn't be just determined by the workings of a human mind, because it's not dependent on it. That's why then we'd go into where I said earlier, and you wanted to like engage with it, when I said that it would be fair to say that an absolutely perfect mind would produce perfect thoughts, and the logical absolutes, truth in itself, being transcendent, absolute, perfectly consistent, and independent of the universe, would reflect that it comes from a transcendent, absolute, perfect, independent mind.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I don't. I think we're having a kind of disconnect here. So, in my view,
Well, maybe I missed what you were trying to say, but this is what it kind of sounded like you were going to here. So
no, in my view, the laws of logic are necessarily conventional because they're bound up in how like language works, right? So the laws of logic aren't.
Is that true?
I think so. Yeah. Like
Absolutely.
saying A equals A, like that's a linguistic conceptualization, right?
Oh, so so this thing with like about language. So this is kind of like what Effigy was saying earlier, that it's like that it has to do
Necessary
with
principles for
language.
coherent thought.
Sorry, what?
Yeah, necessary principles for coherent thought, because we all think in a language.
Yeah, it's like you think like it's the result of like the semantics of the language that we've chosen, right? Am I getting that right? Like if the language like it's the semantics that you think is the issue, right? Of the language,
I think what we're doing
like
with
the meanings of the words and their development and the changing in meanings and this, right?
well, and also the limitations of our ability to conceptualize things.
Wait, sorry, say that again.
So I think things like the laws of logic, things like this, one of the things that is that conditions them is the limitations of our ability to conceptualize conceptualize things, right? To have ideas about things. So our brains work in a kind of specific way, and this gives rise to certain patterns of thought, and the laws of logic are necessarily dependent upon our ability, our ability to conceptualize.
Yeah, so it's like so like yeah, so you think that logic is just a result of like the semantics of language that we've chosen, right?
Yeah, maybe. We're kind of getting into maybe the realms of Wittgenstein here, who had this concept of language games, where things don't have a meaning intrinsically. The meaning is derived from the context in which they are used.
Right. I understand that part, right?
Mm-hmm.
That like, but does it make sense to say that the absolutes of logic are a result of subjective meanings? Like, how do you derive to the logical absolute from non-absolute semantic structures?
I would.
Non-absolute
I mean,
language.
maybe that now that I'm, kind of thinking about it, I suppose what I'm doing is pushing back against the ideas, the idea that the axiomatic frameworks that we have are absolute. Like in that, whatever we think is bound by, is constrained by the dictates of our ability to conceptualize, and that includes the laws of logic.
Right. So we depend on the laws of logic to have rational conversation. You already agreed with this, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they don't depend on us, we depend on them.
Well, don't. I think
so wait a minute. We depend on the thing that depends on us.
Let me answer the question.
Come on, dude.
I would say that it's not necessarily that we depend on them. It's more like our ability to have certain types of conversations depends on them.
Wait, so our ability, right?
Hmm.
So a mind that is, again, this is where we went to last time
Hmm.
with the rational mind. But you also agree that there's irrational minds as well, right?
Hmm.
So how do you believe that the contradicting human irrational mind came with perfect logic absolutes that are transcendent, and
I
that
wouldn't.
we depend on that
Are they
the
transcendent?
other way around?
Yeah, I wouldn't agree that they're perfect and transcendent.
How? What do you mean? We depend on them.
Yeah, that doesn't. I depend on lots of things. It doesn't
We
mean that
couldn't
those
have a
things.
rational conversation without them, right?
Agreed,
Right. So
but that doesn't mean that they're perfect or transcendent.
how are
It
they
just
not?
means that it just
Universal,
means.
they don't depend on. They don't depend. Listen,
Hmm.
when you say they're not transcendent, this would mean you're saying that they either depend on the material world, depend on the human mind, depend on
Hmm.
time, depend on space.
Hmm.
So, like, what does it depend on?
All of them.
Really?
Yeah.
They're descriptive of reality.
Oh, so they're descriptive of reality. So nature depends on those laws to function correctly.
Nature depends on the
No,
process.
nature doesn't depend on the laws.
No, nature
The
doesn't
laws are
abide by those
descriptions
laws.
of properties that nature has.
Nature doesn't abide by those. It's not so like
No, you keep trying to use the language to make it some kind of outside thing rather than it being like a part of nature, like intrinsic
it
to
is.
it.
That's why I said it was conceptual by nature. This is why I said that, right? Like if I say I am dead, is that true? Is that true? Can I say I'm dead and alive? Can I say I'm pregnant and not pregnant? Like if I'm not here, can I say that the rock or is the rock now all of a sudden a tree? Like,
If you're
why do you
not
think
here, the
it depends
concepts
on
don't
our
exist, right?
mind when we
Because
depend on
you're
it to
using
have
words
any
while you're trying
rational
to describe
thinking?
it.
We
Like,
depend on logic, not
no, if
the
you're
other
not
way
there,
around.
easy, there is no rock or tree. There is simply the actual like physical reality of those things.
Right,
You're using
exactly.
concepts. The
But they
concepts
can't.
themselves
But there
don't
is
work
a
without.
physical reality dependent of our mind. It's
Yes.
true, dependent of our mind, right?
Yes, reality
Conventionally, yeah.
That's
yeah.
what I'm trying to say. So it's transcendent.
So hang on, wait. Does that mean that the wavelength that gives rise to our experience of the color, that the wavelength of light that gives rise to the experience of the color red is transcendent? Because that's mind independent, right? That wavelength.
Wait, sorry. Did you ask if the color red is?
No,
You said is the color red? Oh, sorry.
is okay. So when we experience color, right? There's the subjective like qualia, the kind of subjective experience of redness, but then there's also the wavelength of light that gives rise to that experience, right?
So it's dependent on something. You asking me something if it's transcendent while you're telling me it depends on something that doesn't make sense, Shiva.
No, I'm asking if the wavelength is transcendent.
Is the wavelength not depend? You think the wavelength isn't dependent on anything?
Yeah, I mean it's dependent upon, I suppose, the light that's not absorbed by objects.
So okay, so it's not transcendent. It depends
No,
on the
I just have a
material
problem with
world.
this word
It
transcendent.
depends
Just
on
to
the
me,
material
transcendent
world.
means beyond ordinary, beyond comic experience, like extraordinary, abstract, supernatural, like something beyond that. That's what transcendental or transcendent means to me. Like, are you using it in a different context? Because if it's a part of the natural world, if it's a part of the physical reality, it's not transcendental. It's not transcendent.
Oh man. Okay, so now it's about the meaning of transcendent. So what is the definition again? Go ahead.
Wait, say what? I mean, I've always disagreed with the use of transcendental. I just don't get how the word transcendent or transcendental applies here when it means
Because
for
it's
something to
it's transcending reality or the physical. It's conceptual manifesting in the physical. Would that be
Yeah, and
fair,
like
easy?
if you look at the
conceptual's in us,
definition of
right?
like where like again, just read a little further, and there's a little part where in brackets it says of God, and it says existing apart from and not subject to the limitations of the material universe. Transcendent.
So basically, you're just baldly asserting that. So
Wait a minute. So I'm boldly asserting a definition that comes from the Oxford Dictionary. Is that what you're saying?
no, I mean in the argument, like you're just saying it's transcendent, like with no like premise before or anything like that.
Wait, no. I didn't just say it was. Wait, okay. Let's go through it. If they like you're saying they simply exist, and again that just begs the question, right? It doesn't provide any explanation for their existence. You're just saying, simply they exist. It's just not an answer. I've given you the reasons, and that we can go through it all again. All right, that these logical absolutes are truth, absolute truths. Okay, so let's start it over. So, do you agree that the law of identity
Crazy that
is a
I'm
logical
being claimed to be
absolute?
begging the question when we're literally going through an argument that begs the question by putting its conclusion in its assertions.
That way, how is that putting its what's okay? What's the assertion and what's the conclusion?
Like
Go
Shiva
ahead.
said earlier, the entire argument assumes God to prove God.
Wrong. How does it assume God? It wait. When you use the laws of logic, and I explain, we go through it that they're logically they're absolute truths. They're conceptual by nature, and then I say to you, it's fair, seems fair that I say an absolutely perfect mind would produce perfect thoughts, and then that
Wouldn't a perfect mind be capable of all kinds of thoughts?
Wait, what?
You don't think a perfect mind could produce imperfect thoughts?
Did I say that?
I don't know where the perfect.
I think that's just that's just dodging what I'm saying.
Yeah, he is dodging. You're dodging effigy. You're on the ropes. And you're like, fuck.
Yeah. This is just like an out of nowhere part of the argument to me.
No, like based on what he's saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, Easy. It's like he's saying, like when we talk about like the conceptual and the physical, and how we have these certain concepts like the laws of logic that manifest in reality, like because we can define the certain meaning behind, for example, the law of contradiction, non-contradiction. We see that manifest in reality.
Yeah.
So it transcends.
Right.
That's all Easy saying here.
I don't consider any of that transcendent, though. It's still all reality. We're a part of reality.
Yeah,
our brains that make our minds are a part of reality.
Yeah, but like your imagination, for example, is conceptual.
Yeah, just because it's conceptual doesn't mean it's transcendent. That's not beyond the ordinary, right?
No, but
at least I mean I don't consider it.
Like
that's a part of reality.
But like that's why we don't give any value to like people who are like, have all these wild like hallucinations and all this kind of shit. We give weight to things like the laws of logic because like that actually manifests in reality. that this is not just some sort of hallucination or there's some like, you know, crazy dude spouting off shit on the internet. It's like, no, like these laws, you can actually like prove them in reality. And that's why when I say like the whole thing of like there's so much like this should be a lot more chaotic, but the fact that we're even able to have this dialogue proves that there's some sort of order.
I get
the
it.
cosmos.
I just you're like using it in like the Kantian way where it's
I understand
means
it's
like it's
it feels
a
dirty.
necessary
You
condition
don't
for
want to
knowledge
agree with
to
the Christian
exist.
because he's
No, I
speaking
don't.
logically about
That's
God.
why
right?
I argue these points. I just don't.
But FG, your escape route is but simulation theory. That sounds a lot like simulation theory to me, and that's what I'm saying. Like that's the common ground in my opinion, at least.
I mean, that's another assertion of what I'm thinking. But I just don't consider it needing that kind of necessary condition to make experience or knowledge possible.
Because like for example, like Wi-Fi just doesn't work. You know what I mean? Like there's certain like protocols that's in place, yeah. So for even us to have this conversation, like Wi-Fi must be a thing, all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? So it's like but before Wi-Fi existed or was in reality, it was once a concept. It was once in someone's imagination, and then
I had to run to take a piss quick, but the one thing when you say that, I get what you're saying. With the argument back is the simulation theory, but I would ask you, like, how would the simulation theory account for like moral absolutes? And like maybe effigy will say there is none, right? But I don't even think he believes that. I don't believe he thinks that there is some time or place or anything that it's morally good to grape children. I don't think he believes that. So like but he won't bite the bullet that it's absolutely immoral to do that.
Right, Shiva.
Well, no, but also
just because you're bringing up a moral question that is near objective in humanity, something that we by our own nature would give a near objective answer to, does not mean that moral facts exist in the universe free from conscious agents existing. It doesn't. If there was no people in the entire universe, no conscious minds existing, would moral questions matter?
What do you mean, would it matter?
Would it matter? Would it matter if I said it was wrong to steal if there wasn't a single conscious mind in the entirety of the universe? Would it have any moral weight?
You're coming at this from the wrong angle.
I don't think I am.
Because I like Easy will basically do this in a roundabout way, but fundamentally, do you think there is an objective set of principles to guide society to produce the most human flourishing? Do you think that there is an objective set of principles?
From a human standard, I think sure we're all trying to approach as close as an objective standard as we can get.
Yeah.
But
so when Easy's talking about,
it's within a subjective soup because we're each individuals. But through our mutual agreement and through our interaction with each other, that's what we're trying to do, is create an objective standard more and more. And that's
but FG, and here's what I'm pointing out. I just want to point out, like, the fact that you went, from a human perspective, like, what other perspective could we even possibly, back to Shiva's point, what other perspective could we possibly even fucking conceive?
That's my point.
That's that's what I'm saying. Like, that's what Easy's saying. It's like you're not actually kind of like dealing with the argument. You're kind of,
well, what if we hypothetical an alien race that does, from our perspective, like morally insane things to survive, and that's just their nature, right? Like there's always a hypothetical for it.
But if you want to talk about if you want to talk about aliens, we could talk about aliens. So one sec, let me put the tinfoil hat on. But like fundamentally, is an angel not just an alien? You know, they literally say that they come from space. You know what I mean? Sure. So, like I said, like realistically, like a lot of people are saying a lot of the same shit, but it's because they're using different words. Like that's the disagreement. The disagreement is just fundamentally semantics. But like I said, in terms of the like what Easy's saying, I've basically been translating into atheism. You know what I mean? Quote unquote. And you seem to agree with a lot of the points that Easy's making. And furthermore, I think even Easy would agree that religion can go fundamentalist in two
talking and say that I agreed with a lot of it.
Well, like pretty much in terms of like the simulation theory and all the stuff, like it is a logical possibility, which means like that is technically a logical possibility for the God that Easy describes. Correct?
I'm not sure on what grounds you're saying that.
Like fundamentally, in terms of like the whole premise of this is like the logic and all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? Like it's transcendental.
This is
So, like,
the
we're
transcendental argument for God,
yeah.
which is
So,
saying
like you're
that
saying,
these fundamental things of the universe are not possible without this as an explanation, which I disagree with.
Well,
yeah, well, yeah. So
I'd say when I said this too, I also said, like, this is why I asked, was saying to Teriak, like, do you agree that we only have two possible options of which we can explain this, and and if one of those options are removed, it would necessarily mean the other one is the true option. So God either exists or does not exist. So if there's no God, I would wonder why this
No, the
worldview of
dichotomy is
no
always
God.
between the claim and its negation, not two opposite claims, right?
I know you don't like letting me get to it.
Sorry, go ahead.
But I'm saying from your view, I don't see you, like, I see from your view it fails to account for the logical absolutes. So, like, that's why I'm saying if the view of no God doesn't account for the logical
most
absolutes,
concise and repetitive person here on what he believes about it.
Sorry, what did you say, sir?
I said you keep saying this, and that's the funny thing. Like, I know it's part of the argument that's baked in, but I have been the most concise and repetitive person on what I believe about the logical absolutes. My answer has not changed. There are descriptions of reality on a fundamental level. There are also necessary principles of coherent thought at the same time. So ontologically real, epistemologically conceptual. Saying they're a part of reality does account for them.
So they're a result of natural existence? Is this what you're saying?
Yes, they are a description of reality within
In
this
what
universe.
sense? In what sense are they a result of, like, how do conceptual absolutes form as a result of the existence of matter?
Through us, right? Like,
Yeah, but wait, it's an absolute. So how does that form through the result of just matter existing?
The same way every single other universal constant comes into being. I mean, do we want to shift the argument to why does pi equal pi? Like,
no,
is it really not enough to say that it's just a property of the universe?
So how does one chemical state of the physical brain that leads to another physical state of the physical brain produce logical absolutes that are not dependent upon the fucking physical brain for their validity? I don't understand this.
What do you mean are not dependent on the physical brain? I never say that they're not dependent on the physical brain.
They're not, though.
How are they not?
Because the cloud is still a fucking cloud, even if your brain doesn't exist. The attributes of the cloud is still that, even if you don't exist.
Yeah, that's reality. Your brain is a part of reality.
So it means it's absolute. It's not. It's
it's objective. So, like, basically, fundamentally saying is like you can't account for consciousness in such a like materialistic.
There's a leap. Like, you just leaped all the way to consciousness now.
No, what I'm saying is that like you
fundamentally
can't,
different
like, fundamentally you can't prove it.
So if the universe would cease to exist, would they also cease to exist?
Would what?
If the universe ceased to exist, would the laws of logic also cease to exist?
Oh, that's an
Potentially,
interesting
sure.
question.
Potentially, yeah.
Potentially, but
knows?
you don't know.
What, do I have to give you answers with absolute certainty now to satisfy you? If they're
Well,
properties
if
of the
you're
universe and the
saying
universe
something to
doesn't
be true or
exist,
not, yeah, it would be like yes or no would be better than
I answered
possibly
your
or
fucking
maybe.
question. Move on. Is that
Well,
potentially
yeah.
yes?
So it hasn't. Like, my point is
So if it's
that
a
hasn't
property
been
of
proven
this
to be
universe, and
true.
it is a description of existence in this universe that we have made concepts based on, then yeah, if it didn't exist, if we went to a universe where things were topsy-turvy and could turn into other things, then sure, laws of logic would be different, right?
Yeah,
If we went through the fucking looking
this has
glass
not been
in Alice
proven to
in
be
Wonderland,
true, and that would imply that the logic is a property of physical matter, right? But logical absolutes are not a property of physical matter. So
why does it have to be physical matter if it's in our universe? Is our entire universe just made of physical matter?
are you serious?
Like, at one point, a computer was just a concept, and now it is physical matter.
Sure.
Right, but
I
light
can't believe you just asked me if the universe is made of physical matter.
is light material.
Holy shit, that's
a good
crazy.
question.
I mean, you can preen at the question all you want, but it's a very genuine question.
Wait, light is matter.
Yeah, like I was gonna say, like I don't know. Is it is it a wave? Is there a particle?
I don't think
equals
light
MC squared.
has mass.
Does it exist as a form of energy?
E equals MC squared.
But not all energy is matter.
Yeah, dark matter, energy, dark energy. These are all physical matter. If it's more complex than just that sentence, sure, but it's all matter.
Do photons have mass?
Do photons have mass?
There's kind of
I don't remember off my head right now. Do they?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so
or do they have such low mass that we cannot detect it?
Well, maybe
right.
that could be the case.
I was just about to, yeah. So, I mean,
but now we're getting into the realm of coulds, right? Like, but from all of our current scientific understanding, photons don't.
I got you.
Photons don't have mass, but light exists in the universe. Like, not all energy is matter, but I think you could say that all matter is a form of energy, right? And again, I'm not a physicist, so I may be mangling this. It could be that I'm wrong.
No, but what we're saying is energy and matter are the same thing. Like what you just observe as energy is just mass at the speed of light squared.
So, I mean, you're kind of, I mean, that's, I'm not sure that means that they are the same thing. Like, I don't think you would find a physicist who would claim that energy and mass are identical.
That's what equals means.
So how do we account for apparently massless objects?
But they're not apparently massless objects. Because like I said, they could just have such a low mass that it's undetectable at the moment.
That's why I said apparently massless.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, then yeah, you are correct. Apparently masses. But we just can't detect them.
Maybe.
Because like even with like certain kind of like universe and shit like that, it's like because like the galaxy should be spinning a lot faster in the center, but it's not. It's like a uniform speed, right? So when we're talking about like certain things having mass and not having mass, it's like how they detect the bend of the light. It's like the gravitational effect, and there's some parts that it's like it makes no sense that the light is getting bent way more, which would suggest that there is mass or some sort of impact energy at play here that's impacting this, but we can't see it, and that's what the proposed dark matter is, or dark energy.
Well, also, I
Energy
mean,
and mass is the same thing,
I don't
basically,
think you even need to go to dark matter. So there are two kind of massive objects that we know must exist because of like everything's moving towards them. So one is the Great Attractor, and the other, and I think the other one is the Shapley supercluster. But we don't know what the Great Attractor is because we can't see it, because the light, because it's kind of perpendicular to the plane of the Milky Way. So the light from the Milky Way is interfering with our ability to see it. So it could be like a collection of supermassive black holes or whatever. Well, this conversation has made me hungry, and it's lunchtime. So I'm going to go and get something to eat. If you're around in half an hour or so, I might jump back on.
All right. Well, thanks for coming up.
I love these conversations with you, Easy. They're fantastic.
Yeah, I do enjoy them. I do think, there's sometimes you guys dodge a little bit, but I think at one point you almost didn't realize you were you were on my side, but
well, I think you misunderstood what I was saying then. If we're talking, if I was talking about our ability to express truth, like I think you might have misunderstood what I was getting at, or I didn't say it very kind of clearly. That could also be true. Right?
Yeah, because again, that's part of my world. Like worldview is that even something like truth, right? You can't have that without God, right? Like, and that's where I thought you were almost going. It seemed like you were kind of going, not bringing God into it, just saying that our minds can't determine absolute truth on its own. We need a higher thing.
Shiva was saying that
that's kind of not what I was saying. What I was saying was that our minds might be able to perceive ultimate truth, but that if we could perceive it, we couldn't ever express it. And that includes things like our expression of the laws of logic, because our language is necessarily conventional and contingent.
So if God was speaking to our tiny human minds, it would be hard for them to translate the message to other humans.
Yes.
Nice. So
or even impossible, maybe.
Yeah, so it makes sense that God had to come down himself as a human being and speak to humans on our level to get the message across clearly.
Or even just kind of come down as the Word, right? Or the angel of the Lord.
The Logos.
Based. You getting there, Shiva?
I've been reading. I've been reading my
to the right side soon enough.
I've been reading my Orthodox Christian Bible. Do you know I've got 3 fucking Bibles now? Easy 3. That's 3 more than I ever thought that I would own.
3 more than I thought I would ever own.
Oh god, hey, I might buy a 4th one as well. I might buy the NRSV 5th edition, because apparently the annotations on that are quite rigorous, and yeah. But we'll see. I'm spending too much money on Bibles.
Yeah, Shiva owns more Bibles
them
than the
all.
average Christian, man.
Well, see, the thing is, Teriak, is that they are slightly different, and like the Orthodox Bible is sometimes quite different from other versions in that the Orthodox is translated from Koine Greek or Septuagint, I think it's called, and the others are translated from Hebrew, and so. And like I have had conversations, like I've had, I think I was quoting from the English Standard Version of the Bible to Jim Bob, Jim Bowden, the Aussie drunk lawyer, and he complained that I wasn't reading from a Catholic Bible, so I had to go and buy one.
Yeah, but check out a guy called Amon Hillman, because like he's like ancient Greek specialist, and he even argues, he tries to make the argument that like the actual original Septuagint was like it was originally written in Greek, like basically
not Hebrew. Well, didn't they translate it from an earlier form of Hebrew?
Like he argues against it because the way he judges it is based on like firstly, if you had, let's say, a lot of Germans come into like native Germans like go into America and they stick together in a group, right. They're going to speak English, but they might have some Germanic words thrown into it. And when you actually read the Septuagint, it reads as an original Greek with Hebrew words thrown in, because like when you look at the ancient Hebrew versus the ancient Greek, it's like 7,000 or 70,000 unique words versus ancient Greek, which is like, on a conservative estimate, it's 500,000. On like if you take in like the way, because the way the language works essentially is it's kind of like German, where it can kind of combine different kind of like stems, and you can basically like make up a new word and all this kind of shit and concepts and shit like that. It basically lends itself a lot to that, which is why the Greek writing is so fucking sophisticated. But he makes the argument that it's like there were like these kind of like Israelites or Jewish people that basically they kind of like put that together as a way to teach their own one with the Hebrew themselves, the language that they then adopted, rather than vice versa. Because again, if the Germans moved to America, then they'd be speaking English. So it was originally written in the Greek. Now, who actually wrote it and all this kind of stuff, that's heads or tails. But Amon Hillman, Ammon.
She put his link in private chat.
Yeah. But like he also says that like in terms of like a lot of like these passages, that even like what he's seen in the original Greek versus what's actually appearing in the English, like literally any English Bible, they're not saying the same things because of the way the Greeks would write. It'd be kind of like that kind of poetic license. And when you compare like what like stuff, like, cause he'd read Galen, which is like literally like a medical doctor back in the day. So like he is, because he's like, when you think about the medical industry, there's like so many words that we could flash up like that you wouldn't understand what the fuck this is. It's like a different language essentially. A lot of the medical diagnosis and all this kind of shit. Like that's the level that like he reads at. So when he's kind of saying, okay, yeah, but like everybody in Greece, when they'd say, like for example, like away with the fairies, that means that Oleg he's not actually away with actual fairies. He's actually like, he's just fucking mental. You know what I mean? So like for example, like he's able to kind of like tie it back and say when they're talking about this, like this is what it really means in terms of like the Greek, like quote unquote coded language. So yeah, sorry, I get the link. I kind of went off on a tangent. Apologize.
The Dweller is a bot. I mean, the Dweller always comes in here in spurgs. And they always say some shit that makes no fucking sense. You could be right. Maybe they are. They always just show up randomly and say the most random ass shit. It's a bot. You could be right. It's possible.
The internet is dead. Did you hear about
Oh Lord, the
the
dead internet theory?
experiment that was conducted by I forget which city was in. It was like a German university. It might be Zurich, where they I might be getting the city wrong. They and that might actually be in a different country. But anyway, they made like they did this experiment on Reddit where they got AI chatbots to interact with Redditors to see how effective the chatbots were at changing people's minds. Let me see, AI chatbot Reddit experiment. And Reddit had to they actually made a kind of post about it. It was Zurich, yeah, okay. They're not very happy. I think they might be taking them to court.
Oh shit!
I'll put a link in private chat to the Reddit post. All right, so this is a post from
AI stuff for a while. It is quite alarming because I think I have a much more discerning eye than everyone else because I've been dealing with it for quite a bit. But it is alarming how much it is everywhere now, especially in YouTube advertising. YouTube ads is just infested with really bad and really potentially illegal AI advertising.
not even just advertising, YouTube videos where the all of the content is AI generated, and it's kind of putting
well, I'm talking about like the actual like the easy to prove direct breaches of legality where you're like using an actor's face or someone else's identity. The bad ones are like crypto scams that use someone and put them in their advertisement, telling them to buy certain coins or send me your wallet address or stuff like that. Like really, really bad fraud. And now that the video is, I don't know if you guys have saw Google Veo. It's a big update they had about a week or so ago. The AI-based video prompts just like took a monumental leap forward in ability to fool you.
In what? Sorry.
Some of the new video AI models are uncanny good. Like Google Veo, I think it's 3 that just came out, has been extremely mind-blowing as far as its ability to
if you
give
contrast
like, really
that with
video.
if you contrast that with Will Smith eating spaghetti, which is only a few years old, like
well, the crazy thing about Veo 3 is that it incorporates, it was kind of like the upgrade that ChatGPT had with its photo thing a few like a month or so ago. It incorporates so much outside shit that it just kind of is mind-blowing. It will incorporate language, background text, situation, just an insane amount of stuff, correct sound effects. Yeah, it's pretty nuts. It's getting really easy to make really convincing AI fakes of shit.
Yeah, but they'll always have like a way to read the software to know if that's what it is.
Here's hoping. Because I think we've seen just through what social media has wrought upon us all that people are very, very easily convinced of things.
Oh yeah, that's true. I get that. Oh, we've known that since the time what was that dude's name? Started reading a fucking book on the radio and everyone thought the world was ending. Fuck.
War of the Worlds.
But isn't it?
Yeah. He was reading War of the Worlds on the radio, and everyone thought that it was a real fucking alien attack happening. It's like, really? You guys can't just look outside? You're listening to a fucking radio tell you that shit?
But isn't that the like the philosophical problem that like that technology or AI is going to become so advanced that people will, unless they're like hypercritical thinkers and like skeptics and all this kind of shit, and like kind of have that kind of enforce that, because like we're kind of saying like a lot of kind of hysteria can spread like wildfire. Like that's just the phenomenon that we've seen in human nature naturally. So when we go on to this verge of like technological advancement, like a lot of people are no longer going to be able to tell the difference between AI versus the actual real thing. You know what I mean? And like we have an issue because there's going to be like that percentage of the population that is like the robots would do a better job.
Right. The whole reason
And
that
that's
the
what
War
like
of the
Nietzsche
Worlds
talks
like
about.
scenario even worked is that the radio relativistically was kind of a newer technology, and they had basically put a whole bunch of trust into it. And so when this guy used this trust to create a fiction, it caught people off guard. I don't think people are in the mindset yet to like view a lot. I mean, a lot of people like don't view the internet with like, you know, as that was like a grounds for truth that great, but people aren't trained yet to have a critical eye to what they see as far as video. There's still that, oh, well, that's captured on video, and that'll tell the truth, and that has to change now.
Oh, got you, Effigy. You're right. I am actually with you here. This all strictly seeing to believing shit is just is fucking this world up. I believe you. You're right. People have to, have more faith in God. Save themselves while they still can.
I guess that's one way to think about it, sure.
It's true. All this materialistic thinking, and I need absolute. It needs to happen in my face or on video, or it's not real shit. It's gotta go. It has to go. Ah, shit. All right, let me see. What time it is here? Oh shit. Almost 8.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and jump off and start my day.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna get a little nap in so I can get my day going too.
Always fun to jump on and argue with you guys. I'll check you out
Yes, sir. You have yourself a good day.
Take it easy.
Hey, have a good one, guys.
You as well. You as well. Who's streaming right now?
Right. Oh, yeah, I'm getting ready to jump on a show here in about half hour.
We could do it now and get the raid.
Yeah, I'm jumping in with 5 other guys on their panel.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I won't be on till probably 2 more hours for myself.
Okay. Yeah, I don't see anyone streaming right now. Maybe I'll just send you guys to Chud Logic.
Well, you have a good one, man. God bless.
You as well. God bless. Have a good day.
You too. Get some rest.
Yes, sir. I thought I seen Chud was on. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Let me make sure there's no one else on here first before I do that. Yeah. I think that's it. I seen recently I seen like a really like big channel that like I like the channel because like usually he covers some pretty good shit that I don't see, and he's pretty on point with a lot of shit. But then he puts out this video about Andrew that was like the weakest attempt at trying to like attack Andrew, and he completely got like who Andrew is wrong. He tried saying like Andrew is like the new face of the manosphere. I was like, what? The manosphere? Oh, he said, and he literally said the red pill manosphere. It's like, what? Goofy. Goofy shit. It was like the
I think,
most soft ass take.
but I think some of it is like people just genuinely just like see clips that are just like it's like fucking like 8 seconds long, and it's like he's using like a counter example to disprove their logic, to test their logic. He's doing is basically testing logic, but it's clear out of
Right.
context. You know what I mean? There's that where it's like people genuinely get suckered in. But if you're making a video and then trying to make an argument, like even if you're just like to write the script out, it's like you would have to fundamentally recognize that, like this, like because I was on the X call earlier. Is Andrew Wilson a net negative, and the bitch Natty. Like her thing is that he's not Orthodox Christian for me. And then when Andrew actually did appear, he started calling Rachel a whore. Do you know what I mean? So
Yeah,
it's like
I
that's
watched that whole thing.
you're like, bitch, like who you calling like not Christian enough? Do you know what I mean? Like that's what I'm saying. So it's like like I genuinely just think that it's just like fucking clout grabbing. Do you know what I mean? Like this kind of like overreaction over like minor shit just so they can like get his attention. Essentially, you know?
Yeah, they just want to get some clout off of him. That's what it is. Clout is makes people do stupid ass shit.
It is what it is, unfortunately.
Yeah. But yeah, it was so weak. And then I saw another one that's like this nobody channel. And like dude was he tried to make it like he was reviewing the Wes Watson versus Andrew little thing there that happened. And he was trying to make it out as if like Wes Watson was like the right one and Andrew was wrong in that situation. It was like how can you see that in that way? Like I don't like the way he was explaining it too was like, yeah, he's like, yeah, Wes is trying to promote like being a real man, bro. This guy's over here talking about like having one wife and shit. It's like, dude, you just sound like an incel virgin fuck. Like, what are you talking about, dude?
True. But like that's what happens. Like I said, like, and this is what I mean by like going beyond good and evil. It's like a lot of these like lefties, they just like they have the shades on that like Andrew, even some on the right as well, because Natty's technically on the right, you'd say, or whatever the fuck. But like they have this kind of like they just see him in the light. If he's evil, he's wrong. Even if he says 2 + 2 = 4, I'm going to say it equals 5. And it's like that's when you're literally cutting your nose off to spite your face.
Yeah.
I mean, you need to go beyond that shit. No one is either 100% good or 100% evil. Do you know what I mean? You have to be able to look at the action independent of the person. Do you know what I mean? That's why like,
Right.
ad-homs are a fallacy.
Exactly. And that's where a lot of these people fail. That X call you're talking about too, where like the bitch kept complaining about fucking and getting interrupted and then interrupts every fucking sentence. It's like, bitch.
Yeah. And it's like, she's like, and then you block me. I'm just like, yeah, no shit. You're over talking the moderator, the host, everybody. Do you know what I mean? No one can get a fucking word in edgewise, bitch. What you talking about?
Right.
Why was I blocked? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's fucking stupid.
it ain't easy being cheesy. Do you know what I mean? Because like everyone kind of like was like they look at Andrew, they go, oh fuck, like I love 100,000 subscribers on this shit, but it's like, man, that's rough. Like walking into a call and then like the one of the first things being said is like, yeah, like your wife is a whore. It's like, oh, that's a nice welcome, guys. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah. Yeah, they always contradict themselves with that goofy shit. It's always
that's why.
I like the term, the sewing circle Christians, the ones that he's not Christian enough. You're a whore. It's like, wait, what? What's going on here? Like, fucking. I guess you're not either. We'll all be not Christian enough together.
But like that's the other thing as well. People don't notice that it's like they only see the heated conversations, but then when you actually see kind of, there's been many times where like Andrew's had a quote unquote hater on Twitter, and then they sat down, had a call, man popped on thing, and it's like they actually see eye to eye on so much shit, and they're like, oh fuck, like I'm like, pissed off that like we're actually agreeing on so many things, and like they end like it goes from a debate into discussion. You know what I mean? It's just like a back and forth kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? And people just don't see that side, because that you can't clip that in 8 seconds. Or it's very hard to, at least.
And it doesn't get as much views, right? What are you gonna call it? Andrew Wilson hater agrees with him, like
Well, I've been thinking about this, like, because yeah, like you have the whole kind
people
of like
just want to clip chimp that shit.
Yeah, because it goes like like destroying a liberal is like like that's peak content. But I'd argue that like converting a liberal, that's even better. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Like I've actually, that's literally right before stream. I I clicked on a video because it said well, how was it worded? Atheism confronts pastor with disbelief, walks away a believer. And then I was like, oh, let's watch, And that did make me want to see it even more. Like where like that's that's the goal, especially like with what I believe. I want to see that shit more. But people, it's like when you're driving down the street, or sorry, when you're a passenger on a train, the cars driving past aren't really like looking, right? But if that train you're on crashes, every fucking car looks. So,
Exactly.
it's like a human nature thing to see that, let that bad shit spread fast.
It's kind of like I don't want to see it, but I can't look away. You know what I mean? Like often like when we're talking about like roadside accidents, all this kind of shit, and like that actually causes more accidents. It's like, but it is. Yeah, like it's. I suppose it's a double-edged sword, you know what I mean? Because like he is getting on the likes of Pierce Morgan, and he's like I said, like growing the channel, and it's like fundamentally, even if you're against, you're not Christian. Like to be against their principles just to spite your face is just stupid. Like it's like, oh, you say like murder's bad, okay, therefore I'm going to say murder's good. I mean, it's ridiculous kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? But like I said, there's a lot of kind of commonalities that like even that we've seen tonight, where it's like it's just like a semantic change. It's like when woman hears like the submissive thing. You know what I mean? Like you have these like the someone circle Christians that are like, how dare you say submit to your wife? And it's like you literally just read passage after passage after passage where it's like, wives submit to your husbands, wives submit to your, as it is like like holy to do and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? Like passage after passage. Like what you mean? Like I'm interpreting this wrong. Like the sentence is pretty short. You know what I mean? But that's what I'm saying. It's almost like the same thing with like I think like a lot of left wing things where it's like a lot of the stuff that like people that talk about the simulation theory, which is an atheist quote unquote perspective, like that sounds a lot of the stuff that when like Jim Bob or you or whatever were talking about like universe of mind and like like transcendental, for example. Like to me, like yeah, like it's transcending between the conceptual into the physical. Every single thing that you like, physical thing in the world that man has made has once been conceptual. That's why man is unique to a fucking monkey, because like you're not seeing a monkey actually go from like bring something from the abstract, one would say the divine, you know what I mean, reach into that and then bring it, manifest it into physical. That's what makes man different. Like we build structures, we build like the fucking pyramids, all this kind of shit, all this wacky shit. You know what I mean? And if anyone thinks that's sexist because I said man, then yeah, obviously women like being able to fucking like manifest life into reality, that itself is like holy shit. Like that's why you have Holy Mary as a revered figure. Do you know what I mean? It's fucking crazy. This wacky world. Do you know what I mean? That's why I think it's so crazy for people to be blackpilling right now. It's like we have like fucking like robots boxing. Do you know what I mean? It's a beautiful world.
Facts. Just you, OG. He just said just you are a monkey. Everyone else is chimpanzees.
True. There's a few pandas thrown in there as well, you know.
Ah, shit. All right, I'm gonna wrap this up and send everybody over. I think the only one I'm gonna call this show one of these mornings. There's a show called the Daily Atheist Morning Show, and they always like having believers call in and try to give these arguments. I think I'd give them a run for their money. I've watched them a few times now, and they can't keep up. If someone like me went at them, they wouldn't put that video up. God made man, but a monkey supplied the glue. Nice.
I think that's like I said, it's difficult, but like I said, kind of like being able to go in on their terms and still come out with the clips. That's where the cheese is made, baby.
Yep. This is true. This is true. All right, guys. Chud Logic seems to be the only one to send you guys to. Oh, wait. Do you guys want to go see RCLC, the drunk Aussie? You guys pick Chud Logic or the drunk Aussie. I figured you'd say that. Hold up. Let me get on here. Oh, he doesn't have it set where you can raid this one. That's weird. He normally does. Maybe he just recently changed that. Well, never mind then. Looks like you guys are going to Chud Logic. Sorry. I really wanted to send you guys to the drunk Aussie. All right, guys, listen. First off, thank you to everybody who came and joined me tonight, being in the chat and in on the panel. I can drop his link. both in the chat and on the panel. Appreciate you guys. Okay. I had a great time chatting with you all. Great combos all around. All right. I'm sending you over to Chud Logic. Hope you guys have a beautiful rest of your day. I will see you all later tonight. Okay. We're gonna go do some. We're gonna do some panel hopping, and I think I'm probably gonna be starting a little earlier than normal too, because I want to see if we can get a few more panels this way. But that means the grift is gonna go a lot harder than this, chat. It's gotta go a lot harder than this. All right. I'm just kidding. I love you guys. Either way. All right. Even if you're as broke as Are We Not Men. All right. I still love you guys, okay? I dropped Weak grift. I dropped the link though for the Drunk Aussie if you guys want to go there. And I am sending you guys yet. There we go. Got it set. All right, guys, listen. Again, all of you, thank you all so much. Go sub up to the people you've seen on panel tonight. Go sub up to Teriak. Are you awake now? Hi. Hi. Come. Oh, you can say bye to everyone with me. Oh, geez, you're getting heavy. Oh, Jesus. Okay, look. Say bye. Oh, you're going to fall asleep again on me? She was just getting up. There she is. Hi. You gonna say something? Who's a good girl? Okay. I'll let you chill. I'll let you chill a bit. All right, guys, listen. Again, absolutely amazing. It could be 30 in the chat. It could be 1,500 in the chat. Best chat on YouTube. Hands fucking down. Love you guys. God bless. Tequila says good night or good morning, wherever you're at. Goodbye, everyone. She's got the hiccups, too. Got the hiccups? Oh, no. All right, guys. Have fun wherever you're going. And for now.
This is Sparta! Spartans! What is your profession?